quickly share with us about some of the innovators that we had last year. What are some of the ideas that they had, so that you can see the ideas we have for this year. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning once again. My name is Janice Kimaro. I work for the East Africa Women in Business platform. I'm the executive director. So during our planning meeting, we thought of having some hackathon winners at East Africa level that agripreneurs. They were awarded last year during the Secretary General Forum, EAC, East Africa Community Secretary General Forum, out of the innovations they displayed, and they were given some grant. And now we had a discussion with AGRA and GIZ, and they are here with us today, the agripreneurs. So who knows what hackathons are? Any ideas? So in a nutshell, hackathons are platforms for innovation and entrepreneurship. They solve real problems in the society, and also they're there to gain visibility. Once you pitch during the hackathon, you gain visibility, mentorship, and funding opportunities. So out of the over 300 applicants, we selected two entrepreneurs from each partner state, and 4 of them are here today that are agripreneurs, because others were in different value chains, not in agriculture. So what they were able to do during their pitching, they were able to define a real problem that is facing their society around them, and they provide an innovative solution towards the problem. And they also did a demonstration through a prototype on what they are going to do to solve the problem. And then they were able to explain clearly the market they are targeting and their business model on how they're going to reach out to the market. And then they were able to demonstrate the impact they're going to create to the community around them. So to start with, I would like to invite Abdul from Somalia to come and tell us about his idea and his journey up to today, what he has been able to achieve. Thank you.
Everyone, am I audible? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. I think we have been here for the last 2 days and 3 days, and we all know who we are and where we're from. And also I want to again introduce myself. I'm Hamad Usman Abdul Qadir. I'm the COE of Green Life Agribusiness Limited, a company that has been in the market in Somalia for over 10 years. Our company was established in 2013 as the first landscape service provider in Somalia. Then in 2018, we got into agribusiness, primarily producing vegetables via greenhouses and drip irrigation system. Then we realized that Then after we got into vegetable farming via CSA, Climate Smart Agriculture, through greenhouses and drip irrigation, then we realized that it is not only us, then other farmers and other entrepreneurs need these systems and also practices. Now in Somalia, we do provide greenhouse installation and drip irrigation for many farmers who are now able to deal with changing climate and grow more food during these climate stresses. We are also leading 2 innovations in circular economy. The 2 innovations are right there. One is supported by WFP. It is recycling organic waste into organic fertilizer. And one also is funded by GIZ and is supported by AEC. It is a cocoa pit. We call it Afia pit. Afia pit is kind of, this is the cocoa pit. Let me Okay, this is the cockpit that we are doing. This is the regional integration project. This is the idea that has been accepted and selected into AEC Hackathon last year. So it is a locally produced cockpit that is helping the farmers in Somalia and in Kenya, and also later in EAC region, to maybe to have better alternative for soil, because our soil has been greatly degraded by climate change, maybe poor fertility, and it doesn't have any maybe water retention capacity. So we created this product that has better alternative solution for farmers, because at the seedling stage, that is where farming starts. So when you support farmers in that stage, then maybe you give them a strong foundation, maybe to thrive and also to do farming until harvesting and marketing and consumption. So that's what we are doing in Somalia, and this is the regional integration project. Before I go deep dive into I had actually a presentation. Can you, or is it? Okay, good. I was in Mogadishu and I said, you're going to the Expo. You will be maybe engaging with AEC youth, entrepreneurs, and also the future leaders of our agri-food systems. So what kind of message would you tell them that they can have the energy and also the power to drive that change and transformation across our East African food systems? So it is kind of a words. I cannot say a poem, so I've used an AI to maybe put the words together for me. So it goes like this. It is called AEC Grantor, right? So the vision character in this word will be a Halimo. We call in Somalia Halimo for every girl. So there are two Halimos here, because that is how we celebrate their resilience and also capacity to do something for our community. So the Halimo will be all for girls from East African community. So it goes like this. From Somalia's warm shore, Halimo sets her bath. Through 8 nations' gift, avoiding all wrath. Kenya's bright tea, a welcoming slip. Tanzania's shimmer, a gem on her lip. Uganda's bold coffee, fragrant rich cup. Rwanda's and Burundi's brew, she gladly drank up. She saw South Sudanese oil, the dark flowing stream. And the DRC's copper, fulfilling the dream. 8 hands joined together from shore to the west. In unity's journey, she found joy and rest. This word remains that each nation brings a unique strength. And together, we create a powerful community. And my project, and let us say our project, the EAC project, is built on the same principle of regional unity and shared progress. This is something that I really like to deliver to you guys, and maybe it will be an energy for you to drive what you're doing, because for the last 2 days we have had ideas, innovations, maybe businesses, opportunities, and also solutions that are addressing the challenges that we have in the food system in the EAC region. Will we all to work together and also make those ideas business, viable business, a solution, a sustainable solution? I believe that our EAC food system will be the main, food source that will feed the world, not only even Africa. Coming back to our project, let's say it is a regional integration project that is now being implemented by our company in Somalia and Kenya, and it is the first quarter of the implementation. Now we started in Somalia. We are now training 100 farmers. We train 100 farmers with this practice because they didn't aware of that in the seedling stage, in the nascent stage, that cockpit can be a better alternative to the soil, to soil, right? So when we look at the challenges that we are having, soil degradation, weak seedling survival, high cost of imported growing medium, most of us in East Africa, we import the growing medium. That is maybe associated with procurement delays and high cost. Then when we produce this cockpit, it is affordable, and also it can fulfill the gap of procurement delays. Also, climate change is another big problem in our East African So we need climate resilience practices and tools that can help our farmers to grow more food and also have some sort of adaptation and mitigation plans. Our product is called Afia peat. It is locally produced cocoa peat that is made from coconut husk. So we primarily break down the coconut husk into something that can be used in the trays to help the ceiling to thrive well in the trays. So it has some benefits compared to soil. It has 3 times better moisture retention. It supports root and seed germination, and also it has strong root development. Also, what makes our product so innovative? And when we hear innovation, we have to think that the solution addressed on existing problem. So innovation lies on problems. And we have all agreed that our food system have some sort of problems. So whenever we are addressing that kind of problem, we need to integrate some sort of innovation component with the solution that we are providing for the customers and for the farmers that we are working for. So the key innovation is within our product is circular economy. We turn coconut husk into cocoa peat. So it is kind of processing, it's kind of recycling or changing waste into wealth. It is also regional green jobs. It empowers local youth and women to get into the processing and distribution of our product, so it will create green jobs for many youth in the EAC region. And also it is affordable, where farmers can actually get in lower prices, and that actually enhances their, it is based on their purchasing power. It is something that they can get accessible, affordable, and over time. So our impact so far, we have trained 100 farmers, made partnership with 10 agro-dealers within the first quarter, and also we have get funding from the Tadamun Food Accelerator Program by UNDP and Islamic Development Bank that will also help the scalability of this product. The last but not least, we have also followed with the strategy of EAC regional integration by establishing our regional expansion strategy, saying that we have established our campaign in Kenya. So it will be easy for us to come here and also engage with farmers in Kenya, and we are doing also in every country in the EAC region. So this product is not something that we are doing in a dark room. It aligns with EAC policies. It aligns well with EAC climate change policy, EAC agriculture and rural development policy, EAC youth policy, EAC environmental and natural resource management policy, and EAC common market. So if you are doing something within the EAC or within your country, it has to contribute to the existing policy that can give you an enabling environment for your product and solution that you're working on. Okay, let me come to the last but not least call to action. This climate resilience East Africa powered by youth-led agriculture innovation. And I want you guys to think about having new product and new solution is driven on the needs that exist in the market. When you see a need, when you see a problem, that is where you can come and contribute. And finally, let me say, Kwaheri, thank you. I'm finalizing my talk with Swahili words. Tujenge mustakbali thabiti kawaria wa jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abdul, for a wonderful presentation. I think he has stressed a lot on the issue. I think during the first day we are speaking about aligning the national policies with regional policies and continental policies. I think he has stressed on that. And that's how they came about winning the competition, because their innovation was aligning with the policies that are existing. Thank you very much, Abdul. Next, I would like to call upon Onesphore from DRC Congo to come and tell us about his product. Are you guys learning something out of this? Yeah, it's very important when it comes to soft skills enhancement. Pitching is one of the key things you need to learn as youth on how you're going to pitch about your business. Yes, please. There's a question. I think we'll take the questions after the presentations. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Onesphore Chiruza Biraika from DRC. I'm the CEO and founder of Agri-Food, which is an agri-tech and social enterprise based in DRC. For many decades in my rural areas called Kabare in South Kivu, DRC, small-scale farmers said they are maize when they are still very young. Do you know why? They fear the pest. They fear the loss of market. They don't get the market. They fear to lose their produce. They fear to not get enough money. They fear all those kind of climate change. And then when I was in my rural areas, myself I was fearing, when is the period, the time of harvesting? These small-scale farmers do not happen to get the maize flour, although they have been planting maize and they have been farming. But when it's the period of harvesting, they are into troubles. They don't get maize flour. That's why our innovation comes in. So Agri-Food is called Agriculture Moteur de Développement in French. In short, Agri-Food. It is a social and agri-tech startup. The problem our major value chain is maize. We are dealing with maize value chain from production, processing, and marketing. But we are delivering also other products and services. We are not only connecting small-scale farmers to potential market, but also we go on the field, we learn with farmers, and we create solution with farmers. So we have already some recognition or award received. Last year, we received ESC Youth Hackathon prize. It was 15K USD. And this helped us to scale up in 3 countries of ESC, DRC, Burundi, and Tanzania. We have also another project that is ongoing. It is a match funding grant fund of GIZ and agribusiness facility in maize value chain. And the price is there to mean that we are not only at ESC level, but we are at continental level. We have created a strong partnership with Amazon Web Service and Deloitte into technology, because we have our major solution, which is called Mavuno Digital, that links up small-scale farmers to potential markets across the region. We were the participants of the Food System Solution Summit in Finland last year. The employees in my company are 13, women and men. So, is in East Africa community, 40 to 16% of maize are not, we don't produce them due to the low productivity. And this is, Oh my goodness. So I was saying that in East Africa community, there is low maize productivity. 40 to 60% of production is low. And 1.6 billions of dollars are lost per year due to the post-harvest losses, according to data of FAO and World Bank. The slide is completing me. And according to data of UNDP, farmers get low of $80 per month, which is very less, according to income. And this brought us the solution of creating Mavuno digital platform that help us to link up our solution. Yeah, help me. Go to the solution. Problem and then solution. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Sorry for the technical challenges. So we are saying that those kind of problems push us to bring the solution of creating a Mavuno digital platform, which is not a digital platform, but also a hybrid system. We go on the field, we create agricultural techniques that boost the productivity of maize. After producing the maize, we link small-scale farmers to potential market through our digital platform. We are going to play it later on. And after all, we reduce the post-harvest losses because they are the main challenges in ESC. Production, lack of market, and income for small-scale farmers. Now, our unique value proposition. We are not only creating or delivering digital solution to agriculture, but also we are empowering small-scale farmers through capacity building. So we deliver solution, digital solution to agriculture, and we empower small-scale farmers through resilient, climate-resilient techniques that boost their productivity. Our solution is gender inclusive, so we are focusing on women empowerment because we have already onboarded 70% of women into our platform. We are, as you can see the picture there, we go on the field, we create biopesticide, fertilizer, and in order to fight against the army force or other pests and other diseases, which is called MLN. We are also creating techniques about climate smart resilience in East Africa community, particularly in DRC. Our solution is based to ESC, agriculture and technology, digital transformation policies. Our business, how to create money. We create money through subscription inputs, logistics delivery, wholesalers, retailers, and partnerships. Of course, there are a lot of competitors. Yesterday, there were some guys who were showing their solutions, digital, of course, but what is the difference, the unique value of our solution to others? Our solutions, digital solution, is affordable and inclusive. It is digital inclusion. It is accessible and environmentally and ecology conscious. As I have been telling you, that we learn with learners, we teach them, and we create solutions. The market opportunity in Africa is 1 trillion, the total market available. In East Africa is 50 billion. In DRC is 10 billion. Now, through the award, the prize of ESC that we got last year, we are already on the field. We have already started. We have already launched. The main goal is to increase the maize productivity to 40%, to link up small-scale farmers across ESC within these 3 countries through our digital platform, and to focus on gender empowerment. The impact, we have already regenerated 330 acres through agro techniques. We have already reduced the COD through our local biopesticide because we are creating local biopesticide through resources, our own resources, which is affordable. The major activities of ESC is Mavuno Digital that links up small-scale farmers to potential market in ESC, to train farmers into climate resilient agriculture and to increase production. As you can see here, we are on the fields in rural areas according to the project that we are implementing. The best practices, we are creating local biopesticide in order to reduce chemical one, because as you know, chemical is reducing the soil. And here, through our techniques and the different techniques in rural areas, we are creating local biopesticide, and it's working. It's fighting against those pests and reduces the COD. We are connecting small-scale farmers marketplace. As you can play this, you can click to the link. You are going to see how many farmers that we have already boarded. Okay? So this is our programs, because we are already in our platform, in order to show you how we work. So Mavuno project. So there are some products that are already onboarded. So we onboard those products and we onboard small-scale farmers. Go to About Us so that I can show you the small-scale farmers who are already view members. View members, please. Click to view members. Up. Not there. Members. Cooperative. Not there, please. At the top. Yes. So cooperative members, as you can see here, there are already our small-scale farmers that are already on board to our platform. So we are going to Tanzania and Burundi in order to onboard other small-scale farmers so that we can link them to the potential markets. But due to some policies, our letter is still in pending, because the Republic United of Tanzania requested us an introductory letter from EAC in order to start the implementation of our project in EAC and in Burundi. But I think through EAC we are going to start this project in other EAC countries. Go to the slide, please.
1 minute to wind up, please.
Thank you. So there are some technical and non-technical limitations. We are facing to limited internet connectivity in rural areas, low digital literacy among small-scale farmers, a limited access to modern equipment. Non-technical limitation is policy challenges first. It's a reality in EAC. Of course, we are here, but when you go to the field, you start going across EAC, you are going to face to those policies. Yeah? The key challenges and recommendation. Key challenges in EAC: cross-border travel barriers for young innovators, and inconsistent border regulation in EAC countries. There is regulatory variation across partner states, different national procedures for project approval and field activities. Now, there are some key recommendations which is aligned with EAC policies. We would like to EAC may introduce an EAC youth business visa that supports young entrepreneurs implementing regional agri-tech solutions by reducing delays, fees, and border restrictions. Harmonize project approval processes that unified procedures across EAC to speed implementation. They are the recommendation that we like EAC to help us so that young innovators can freely implement their projects within EAC countries. Support our journey to transform EAC agriculture, empower youth, farmers. Thank you. You can visit our platform to www.agrimod.org for further details. Thank you. Asante.
Thank you very much, Onesphore, for a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to call upon Pacific from Rwanda to quickly take us through his innovation. Karibu.
Greetings, everyone. How did you do yesterday? Shusha, shusha, shusha. Let's do this. Kasha, pasha, pasha. Pasha, pasha. Hey, Choma, we didn't. Pasha. Choma. Thank you very much. My name is Pacific Rema. I'm from Rwanda, and I'm founder and CEO of Fresco Fruits Limited. If we could get up the slides to quickly. Okay. So we are all familiar with the problems of smallholder farmers across East Africa. So basically most of we're all familiar. I think it has agriculture has 70%. That's also in Rwanda. 70% of the population are in agriculture, and I think it's a similar trend across the region. So our solution, Fresco Fruits, what we do, we are the link. We link the farmers to the market through a model called contract farming. How many of you know contract farming? You know, okay, that's very easier, so you all know. So it's basically, it's a model whereby we onboard farmers. When we onboard the farmers, we take them through all the journey, right? From the beginning, we provide them the seeds, sometimes the capital, the trainings, to enable them to grow quality produce, which we sell to the markets across the region. So this is so our solution is so quickly. So the solution is our solution is the contract farming. Okay, yeah. So that's. So this is the problem, as we're saying, over 70% of the farmers, they struggle to access the markets. Due to many challenges. Maybe they have poor harvests, the middlemen exploit them, and all those problems. This is where we come in with a contract farming model. It's literally, it's a program, so you onboard the farmer, and we take them through all the steps of the journey. So this is one of our success stories. Whereby after working with us, the farmers, most of them, they report their income increase because we link them to premium markets, and they also have premium produce because we enable them to grow quality produce through enhanced seeds, fertilizers, and the trainings. Currently, we are supplying to DRC. We are trying to enter into Kenya as well. So we have over 205 farmers. We're on track to do 1,000 farmers this coming year. So that's the business model. And also our competitive advantage is that our solution. We don't just come at the end of their farming journey. We start with them on the journey, and we work with them through every step of the way. So that's the financial sustainability of our project. We're currently profitable. This is the timeline. How we started, literally started 2020. It was a pilot, but then in 2021, and that was until the end of the last year. So this is the team behind this project. And also as most of the colleagues mentioned, we tailored our project to be in line with ESA policies. As you can see, mostly the fruit and vegetable strategy and ESC agriculture and rural development policy. So these are the challenges that, as every entrepreneur knows, we face challenges. And also, as my colleague said, about the sending our produce across the region, we face different challenges at the borders, mainly, especially ours are perishable produce, so we want to move them quickly. But you find sometimes the SNPS are not harmonized. Mostly we first them at the border. Also, there's inadequate cold chain and aggregation infrastructure, and weaker information, right? Without the necessary information to know the prices at the market, to be able to time our produce is one of the challenges that we face. But we had some recommendation there. So If agriculture goes wrong, this is the slide, the quote that we like to end with. If agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pacific, for your presentation. Now I would like to call upon Kevin from Burundi to give us his presentation. Quickly, please. We have run out of time.
Yes, good morning. My name is Kevin Nyonguru, as there has been said, and I'm from Burundi. And I'm the founder and the CEO of Sweet Potato Company. As you've heard this name, this is the Sweet Potato Company. We are processing the sweet potatoes into various products. Our presentation, please. Yeah, we came up with this idea because farmers in our country, especially farmers of the sweet potatoes, were lacking the market, the floor market. And one day I was in a bus traveling to the capital city, and there's a farmer sitting by my side, and she was like, I invested my money, but at this time of harvesting, there's no market. So I have to leave what I had to harvest without getting anything. Then I got this idea and said, what if, because we are seeing that even the children below 5 years and pregnant women need nutrients, and we know that the sweet potato is very, very important to contribute in reducing the rate of malnutrition. Then I got that idea to process the sweet potatoes so these farmers can get the market and also contribute to the reduction of malnutrition, especially to the children below 5 years and the pregnant women. That is why that was the problem, especially that we are solving. And the solution is that we are processing the sweet potatoes into flour for baking, flour for porridge, and also the bakery products, as you can see. And our value proposition is that our products contain the natural sugar. For the porridge flour, if you don't like to take too much industrial sugar, you can prepare this porridge without adding industrial sugar. And these are the products which are affordable in terms of the price. Well, we are earning money through selling these products, as mentioned, the sweet potato-based porridge flour, and the sweet potato-based baking flour, and the chips, and also the bakery products, bread, donuts, and so. We have competitors, yes, but we are beating those competitors because, as I've said it already, these competitors, for them, our products, they have the natural sugar, but for them, especially when it comes to preparing the bakery products, the porridge flour, people need to add more sugar. But for us, because of the natural sugar that is containing our products, we are beating those competitors. And we are earning money since 2021, and we want to reach the level of 650 by 2027. I mean, dollars. Yeah, due to the project of, due to the hackathon that we won last year, we have been able to increase our impact, especially in terms of training farmers, because we are working with farmers, and through trainings, we train especially on the good techniques of harvesting and cropping these sweet potatoes. And also after training them, we also award them the floor market, because we have to collect the production of the sweet potatoes that they harvest, and we process them. At this time, we have already worked with 25 farmers of Burundi, and by January, we are going to be working with 15 farmers in Tanzania and 10 farmers in Uganda. This is the team behind this innovation, and we are doing it well. Yeah, as I've already mentioned this, it was last year that we won this prize, and Here you see these are the trainings that we organized for these farmers, and now we are collecting their production of sweet potatoes. Just at this time, even if we have been winning prizes, even if we are getting revenue through selling our products, we still need a lot, especially the financial and technical support, so we can keep growing, extending our business to the ESC level, and also continue the research and product for the development of our products, and also continue contributing to the post-harvest management and continue contributing to the food and the nutrition in the ESC countries. The recommendations, number one, is that there is political instability in the ESC, as we know. On that aspect, we know that some borders are closed. From Burundi to Kampala, I have to pass to Tanzania. Or from Burundi to Rwanda, I have to pass to Tanzania because borders are closed. That is why this aspect of political instability comes first among the challenges that we are facing. Then on this point, we recommend that the ESC partner states should desist from border closure that affects trade between the ESC citizens and implement the ESC peace and security policy, because we really need to grow our businesses and also go to the ESC level and even to the regional countries. And the second challenge is that we are having in the ESC countries, we are having the currency diversity, which is affecting our businesses. From Burundi to Tanzania, I have to exchange my money to Tanzanian shillings. From Burundi to Uganda, again, I exchange my money to Ugandan shillings. When I come back to Burundi, again, I exchange the money to Burundian francs. So this is a very big challenge for us who are doing business, especially as we want to extend our businesses to the ESC and the regional level. So our recommendation is that that there should be the fast track because I know that this has been adopted, but we have to consider the fast track of the harmonization and the implementation of the ESC unified currency across the region, especially in the ESC. And the last challenge that has been noted here is securing the regional standards. For us who are in the agri-food processing, for example, in Burundi, if I'm processing and I want to export my product to another country, sometimes have to partner with someone who's in Tanzania, and this will take my products, and for him, he's going to remove the packages from Burundi, and he's going to put the package of Tanzania. And this is a very big problem. So we need to have the standards. Then as a recommendation here, we recommended to the ESC partner states policymakers that they should put in place the Regional Standards Bureau in each ESC partner state and facilitate the entrepreneurs in all the standards securing processes. Because even if we can be having that Bureau of Standards, the processes should also can also be too long. So we also come on that aspect of facilitation. Then at that point, as we continue contributing to the in reducing the rate of malnutrition, especially to children below 5 years, pregnant women, and also contributing in the post-harvest management, I would like to say thank you to those who listened to me.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for a wonderful presentation. I think you can take a seat. Since time is not on our side, can you kindly please note down your questions? We'll collect them and find a slot where you can ask those questions. Thank you. Let's clap to our wonderful youth hackathon winners. Pasha, 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 Pasha. Pasha, 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 pasha. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Janice. Thank you very much, Tim, for taking us through that. We were able to listen into the problems that were there and solutions that you provided. And remember again, we talked about the telephone farmer challenge. Can we innovate around that? So that's the challenge I'm throwing to you. If you can fix it, that would be great.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Our energy levels are still low. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to request that we stand up. DJ. We've enjoyed. Hope we've managed to learn from each other in the process of hearing these journeys. And so with that being said, I'd like to invite the moderator for this session, Halina Teklu.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Habari asubuhi. So we're going to have 4 guests that will tell us their amazing stories. And I'm going to be calling each and every one of them. I hope I don't butcher your name. I really hope so. The first one is Gerald from Uganda. We need a little clap for him, you know? Just a little clap, a little clap. Thank you. And then we have, you can have a sit there. And then we have Isaac from Kenya. Isaac Muhui. Isaac. Okay. And then we have Faith Kitata. And then we have Patrick from Rwanda. You can have a sit there. So we're going to start from Uganda, from Gerald. You can take the stage here and tell us your story. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Kasita Gerard from Uganda. I'm the CEO and founder of Vibrant Generation Uganda Youth Empowerment Center, a youth-led NGO that empowers young people and builds their capacity to be brave and resilient through sustainable and eco-friendly farming. My story, I was dreaming of becoming a doctor. And unfortunately, when I lost my dad, I transited into agriculture when I got a sponsorship where on condition that I'm supposed to work on the farm and be able to raise my tuition. So I started working on the farm, waking up in the poultry, going to class, and as well as also I had to make sure that I saw the produce on the farm each and every day so that I can be able to raise my tuition. And as I was completing my course, my first internship, that's where they also, they were able to employ me. And as COVID-19 came, it really hit me, and I lost my job. And I had to go back to the village. I'm meeting my grandmother. And it was really, that's when COVID came, that's when I realized that, you know, life can really end. Yeah, because we lost jobs, we didn't have what to eat. And then I noted out that as I was there, I wasn't struggling alone. I realized that some of other youth also who had come out from school, some of the youth who had come out from school also were having the same challenge. So within there, I was able to start with 10 youth, training them on agroecology, because we realized that the parents had land, but then, you know, we could not, for us as the youth, we couldn't own this land. So I began with these 10 young people. We began with mobilizing, asking parents to give us this land so that we can be able to start. And in 2022, I was able to register, 2021, I was able to register the organization as an NGO entity. And by 2023, I was able, 2022, we got an award from Peace Corps US. And then also we had a project with FAO and AFAS and UFAS. And 2023, I was the winner of the Social Entrepreneur of the Year Humanitarian Awards in Nigeria. And so far we've implemented 4 great projects, and we've impacted 429 youth directly, and reaching over 2,000 young people through each one, reach one approach. And we use a model of learn, do, and then earn. So they begin with small plots, we demonstrate to them, and then they transit. So we build skills, we build mindset, until we see that we are really resilient and able to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gerald. I guess from his story we can understand that sometimes we don't know where life takes us. He dreamed to be a doctor, but he's working on the farm, and also challenge does bring opportunities. When you face challenge, you do think about opportunities as well. Thank you, Gerald from Uganda. So next we have Isaac from Kenya.
Yes, good morning. Vijana oye. Vijana in Agri-Food system ria. Vijana tialala. Sawa, mchangamke hivyo. Sasa, before I introduce myself, first of all I want to thank and congratulate the organizers of this event. For me, this is an experience. My WhatsApp status is not breathing. Such an experience makes me aspire to be an agri-millionaire. So next time I come here, I can afford. And also I'm showing people in the village that agribusiness can take you places. They think I'm in Dubai. So Agra and the organizers, the message is as good as it has been delivered. And we, the young people, are the anchor of agriculture in East Africa and in Kenya. So thank you and God bless you. And we hope to enjoy this as much as it can come. So for me, I'm Isaac Washira. I'm one of the founders at Radava Mercantile, where we have a product called Radava Grain Bank. So our story begins when we met a woman, a lady called Neema in Western Kenya. So Neema, she was coming from the local market to sell her grains, maize to be specific. So we got curious and asked Neema, at how much do you sell a bag of maize? To our surprise, she told us only 2,000 shillings. That's around roughly $20. Just before the harvesting season, a bag was selling at 4,500. So we got curious and asked Neema, and asked ourselves, how can we help Neema and other millions of smaller farmers in Africa to get good, fair prices for their produce? And that's why when we started the Grain Bank. So specifically how it works, Neema and other smaller farmers bring their commodities to a warehouse, and we are working collaboratively with a government entity called the Warehouse Receipt System. So Neema receives a receipt against her grains or against a deposit. She uses a receipt to get instant cash, instant loan against the commodities. And that's where I heard yesterday people talk about AI. So we are working to incorporate predictive analytics so that instantly the system can predict how much Neema can qualify for the loan. And when the prices get better through our platform, we are working also to integrate with the system. And Neema can sell her commodities to market. Anyone can access the platform and see how much it can sell. So where our ambition, our future, the warehouse receipt system is not an Kenyan innovation. It's something that's being implemented across East Africa. And we look forward to integrate. When I heard yesterday a lady said she has, she's called Amina. She has 10 acres of land in Tanzania. So I wish I could be born in Tanzania so I could also get the 10 acres. So you can marry in Tanzania. Yeah, so when Amina harvests this produce, he can also log into the warehouse receipt system. And we in Kenya, because we have food deficit, we can just see how much she's selling and we can buy the receipt. So thank you very much, and God bless you and the organizers.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. I guess we all have a Neema in our lives, right? Somebody that always inspires us, somebody that always makes us want to do things. And one thing I love about what you said is you didn't only focus on the problems that you had, but you also observed other problems. And that's what we, the youth, need to focus on, observe what the others are going through. So thank you, Isaac, very much for that. So we have Faith from Kenya as well.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Faith Kitata from Kenya in Makueni County. I'm an electrical engineer by profession. I'm the CEO and co-founder. Thank you. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the Puffer Poultry Breeders and Hatcheries there in Makueni. My story began when I finished school like any other youth. I was an intern in our county government. After the internship, I believed I'll get a job there because I was the only lady around, but I didn't get one. And during the internship, I had some savings. I bought an incubator with a capacity of 128, and I had a small general shop. So in that shop, I used to incubate those chicks. And when customers came and had the chicks, they usually asked if I'm selling. And because I'm a mother of 3, it was for domestic. It was for my kids so that they can have a chicken once or twice in a week. So, and the customers, they persisted a lot that you be selling us the chicks. And then I came up with an idea. What if I buy a bigger incubator that will make me sell the chicks and also brood for my kids and family members and visitors? So I went ahead. Here in Nairobi, I bought an incubator with a capacity of 528 eggs. And then I came and I started hatching. And because of my background in electrical engineering, I bought some eggs from a farmer. And the farmer told me that her chicken, they hatch 90%, but my incubator was hatching 55%. And because of what I've done, I'm a researcher by passion. I do research, a lot of research. So I came up with the research. It was a 1-year research. How can I improve the hatch rate of this machine? And after my research, of knowing what is intended for an incubator to have the best hatch rate, I came up with some local materials. My incubators, the unit, it is made of the plain sheets, mabati. And we have that insulation that is in between the mabatis. So I came up with my incubator. I took out the MDF that had built the other one that I had bought, and then put my own materials. After 1 month, I put the eggs from the previous farmer, and I hatched over 85% hatch rate. And after hatching over 88% hatch rate, I knew that I can do this. I've become an innovator. I've researched something, and it has been helpful helpful to farmers. And so through that, I fabricate incubators, and in that, as a poultry value chain, we do a lot of innovations there. We have brooding systems which are normal, and we have also come up with brooding systems which we call them fireless brooders. And for the fireless brooders, you don't use either electricity for brooding your chicks, you don't use charcoal, and by not using charcoal, it means that you are protecting our ecosystem. You are not going to cut trees down to burn charcoal for the brooding purposes. And through that, for our fireless incubators, we use available materials, the plastic ones. So we are in a circular transition in our farm. So those mitungis, the 20-liter jerry cans that are supposed to be thrown, those are what we use for fabrication of the fireless brooders. We also have a number of farmers, over 750 farmers, and most of them, like 70% are women and people with disability and youths. So we advocate for innovations in that wool poultry value chain, and we are grateful because many youths in my place, they are encouraged by what I do, and most of them have joined me in the poultry value chain. And I believe in the next 5 years, we will have expanded our business to East Africa. And we thank God for this far. And for the organizers of this event, thank you so much for the platform. We are grateful, we have learned, and we are going to change home when we go back. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. I guess her story tells us that in order for us to be part of the agriculture, we really don't have to study agriculture. Even other professions that like electrical engineering, law, policy, everything else can be incorporated in agriculture. So whatever profession we're in, let's make sure we incorporate it with the agriculture part. So last but not least, we have from Rwanda, Patrick. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Patrick Dusengimana from Rwanda. I'm an agriculture engineer by professional, and I'm also an innovation and agri-tech coordinator in WFF Rwanda chapter. For me, my story is different than all of those of yours. Mine is different. I'm not gonna lie. I was born in a rural area, but I grew up hating agriculture. Seriously, I'm serious here. Because it required a lot of labor, blah, blah, blah. People were dirty. So I studied hard so that I can escape the village, the rural area. But the story went different. So you are going to ask how. Because when I finished high school, there was a program in Rwanda that they were promoting agriculture. So I got scholarship in university, so that they told me you're going to study agriculture. Yeah, what I was trying to escape, they told me you're going to study agriculture. Then my late father told me, so no, just go there. It's an irrigation engineering. You needed architecture or agriculture or civil engineering. It's still engineering. I said, yeah, okay. So then I went there, started. So I liked the MC is the one who is saying when the forest is burning. Can you feel it for me, please?
When the forest is on fire.
Yeah, it's on fire.
Yeah, the chameleons must abandon the walking style of their ancestors.
Yes, I liked that. Because I also abandoned the working style of the ancestors. you're asking how. Today, also the climate also is changing. I breed greenhouses and hydroponic systems. So today, that's what I do. I changed the traditional farming. Now I'm doing agriculture, advanced technologies. Someone said that it's about the system we used of the sensors. I have my laptop there. Anyone who wants, I can show even the dashboard of my greenhouses in Rwanda about the pH it have now in the soil, the NPK it have in the soil. So what we did, because the dashboard and the system was very hard, we changed to sending an alert to an email alert to your phone. Then we found out to get an alert email on your phone, you need an internet. Then we said we need to approach those smallholder farmers. Then we changed it to an SMS so that anyone with a button phone can get an information on his greenhouse. So that is my story. That is what I do. Even if I'm here, I have even a market of breeding 3 greenhouses before Christmas. And 1 greenhouses, what you call NFT system greenhouses. It's an hydroponic, but in a greenhouse. I have to do that before the Christmas. That's the market I have by now. So anyone who is interested in that, I'm here. So that is my story. That's how I changed the working of our ancestors. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Patrick. Sometimes it's the things that we run away from that hunts us. So, and I'm glad he changed the indigenous knowledge into a modern one, and that's what, as a youth, that we need to do. There's so many technologies available to us, so let's try to bring the indigenous knowledge and change it into a modern one. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
I think they deserve a pasha, so let's pasha for them. Pasha, 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 pasha. Choma, choma, choma. Great. So with that, we are moving on to the next session, which is a keynote on EAC integration and trade facilitation agenda. I believe we are bringing up Mr. Ronald Osumba. He is a consultant and policy advisor on political economy for Africa's transformation, and he will be providing his keynote remarks around EAC integration and trade facilitation agenda. Karibu.
Just to make some clarification. As Ronnie is taking up the stage, there are some clarifications that we needed to get from the EAC based on the presentations that were made. So allow me to give Fahari to make those clarifications. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Douglas, and sorry, Ronnie, for interfering with your session. I just want to clarify some, I think, 2 or 3 issues which were raised during the presentation from the youth who share with us what they are doing. There's an issue of visa, the youth visa, which was kind of recommended by a colleague from DRC. I want to urge the youth who are here. I think sometimes you should try to find some time to peruse the EAC website and see what EAC is doing. There's a lot which is ongoing, and probably we don't have that information. On the issue of visa, and of course, most of what we are doing is fall under the Common Market Protocol. I don't know if you heard about that Common Market Protocol. We have what we call the pillars of integration. There are 4. One is customs union, and then which was in place since 2005, and then we have a common market, which was established in 2010, and then monetary union, that's a third pillar, and which is now ongoing. Of course, there's a lot of things going on. I'll come talk about it briefly. And then political federation. Now, the head of state decided to review, instead of now aiming at political federation, we are aiming at political confederation. If you go to the website, and then you find what those mean. So, under the common market, which provide for 5 freedoms, 5 rights and 2 freedoms. And these are rights of 5 freedoms and 2 rights. The freedoms are free movement of people, and that's where the issue of visas fall under that freedom. And as I speak, ideally the free movement of people, that provision provide for EAC citizens to move across the region using their national IDs. So as we speak, the 3 countries are now fully implementing the free movement of people: the Republic of Rwanda, Republic of Uganda, and Republic of Kenya. So the citizen within those 3 partner states, they are not allowed. You are not required to have a passport to cross from Rwanda to Kenya, or Rwanda to Uganda, Uganda to Kenya, Uganda to Rwanda. You just use your national ID. The other country, of course, we're still using the passport, but the first requirement was to waive for the visas for the EAC citizens. I think now we are remaining with the DRC and Federal Republic of Somalia, which they have not yet waived visa for all the EAC citizens. So I think that's a thing. It's in a process to waive visa, because that's one requirement. So once the country been admitted to the EAC, the first requirement is to waive visa, because you have to implement the common market protocol. Then the other freedom is a free movement of capital, free movement of labor, free movement of service, and free movement of goods. Of course, there are some procedure you have to follow to enjoy those 5 freedoms. And then the 2 rights, we have rights of residence and right of establishment. That means a citizen from Kenya can travel to Tanzania and establish there and do business there, but also you can decide to reside there. So that issue of visa for the youth, I think that has been overtaken by event, because it's something which is there already. So we should not worry on that. It's only for the DRC. I know DRC, it was requested to waive visa for all the EAC partner states. Then the EAC partner states, they also do the same. So to allow DRC citizens to move across the region without visa. Then there's the issue of raised by, I think, youth from Burundi on the common currency. Under the monetary union, it's provide for the common currency, and now where we are now, the partner state, they are now discussing on because they have already decided where to establish the central bank, the regional bank. Once we have the regional bank, now they are working on the mechanism on how the conversion will be done, because that common currency, as you are all aware, that our currencies, they are not on the same level. There are a lot of discrepancies. So they have to find a way on the formula on how the conversion rate will be used for that common currency. Ideally, we were supposed to have a common currency by this year, 2025. I think now they've pushed it further. Probably by 2027, they will give guidance. Guidance what will be next step. But I think by 2027, the central bank will be in place already, the regional central bank. And then there's also issue of standards. I think that's also came out from use from Burundi. We have the regional standards. And once the regional standards have been approved by the Council of Ministers, that means they supersede the national standards. So the regional standards, they are there, and they are the operational. And for the agriculture products, we have over 25 products. I can share with you the category. We have the regional standard categories, which you can see which agriculture product they have the regional standards, which are already in use. And we have what we call the the regional standard setting body committee, which involve the experts from the National Bureau of Standards, from all the ESC, they sit, and they're the one who set those standards. So we have standards in place, and we also have the mechanism to review those standards, but also to set the standards. I just want to clarify that so that we have that information, just to avoid that misunderstanding. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Fahari, for those clarifications. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ronnie Osumba, as you've heard. I consider myself many things. I wear many hats. But I consider myself a student and practitioner of policy and governance. For the last 4 years, I've worked with Tony Blair Institute for Global Change in various roles, initially as a regional director for East Africa, so managing our projects in East Africa, or TBI's projects in East Africa, but also as a senior political advisor for Africa, working with heads of states to translate their political promises into action. And that's the lens I will put on this morning. I'm also recently now partnering with former colleagues to establish an African advisory called Momentum Africa, which is basically bringing in a local lens, understanding the local nuances, because one of the things that we have come to appreciate is that it doesn't matter how good a policy we build, how wonderful our regulatory frameworks are, or how much money we throw into problems, if we cannot understand the political terrain. Because at the end of the day, development and politics are constantly at a tension. And we have to understand the political economy for us to be able to unlock some of the development impact that we would like to see. Obviously, I mean, we are here to talk about food systems. And at the core of the food systems is how do youth and women participate to help Africa propel this agenda forward. Obviously, Africa is a region full of opportunities. We talk about, the vast arable land that Africa has. We talk about the availability of labor, but the architecture to deliver on that promise or that ambition fails us. We're living in a region where, and obviously because we're talking to youth, we have to talk digital, where we're streaming a movie in Africa is easier than moving maize from Eldoret to Kampala. Right? We're talking about, the challenges of importing locally produced, and when I speak local, I'm speaking Africa local, right? Locally produced products. It's much harder to move products from one country to another than it is to bring food from Europe or grain from Ukraine. Right? And so I do not think, and this is the thesis I want to pose here today, I do not think our challenge is having enough young people and women to participate in agriculture, or the desire for them to do that. I think our biggest challenge is the design of our system. So we need to admit that. And everything else we talk about, integration and trade and border control, sound like noise, by the way. So to my colleagues from AGRA and EAC and all the other experts in the room, they do that. This language of ours actually does sound like noise to majority of farmers. The problem is not that we have not hustled hard enough to produce sufficient food. The problem is that you as entrepreneurs are running you're trying to run a 21st century business based on technology, driven by AI, very ambitious, through a 20th century bureaucracy, that was built on 19th century assumptions. So I want to posit a few ideas, which then I will bring in a panel to try and help us think through. How did we get to where we are? Where we are constantly talking about food security. And then we say, oh no, maybe let's look at our food systems. But this is a conversation we have every year. 10 years ago, I was the chairman of Youth Enterprise Development Fund, which by the way is right next door, the building next door. $50 million available for young people. 70% of all people who came to look for money at the youth fund were farmers, were in the agriculture space. And so when you talk about, building systems that support young people, these systems have been there. But we need to then be asking ourselves, why is it that we're having... I went to so many such forums, by the way, those days. Why are we still talking about exactly the same things? In fact, when I was seated here listening to particularly the presenters, the young presenters, I was like, exactly the same issues we were talking about 10 years ago. And we must ask ourselves, is it that the system is rigged against these young people and women? Is the system set up to keep these people small? And if so, then we must question ourselves. How did we get where we are? So I'll just talk about what I consider four uncomfortable truths that we must talk about. And then what I think, and based on work that I've done with the former colleagues at TBI, what I think are 4 shifts that need to happen in the ag space. And then I'll invite the panel and we can have that conversation. One, the other day, I had forgotten this fact, or maybe I didn't know, I was not aware. I was watching something on National Geographic about the evolution of humanity, right, of the 2.5 million years that we have existed. Agriculture is, modern agriculture is 10,000 years old. 10,000 years old. And it is considered the first technology invented by humans. So when we talk about tech and get excited about tech, we must remember that agriculture is actually technology. Agriculture in itself is it's actually the first human technology. But why hasn't agriculture moved as quickly as everything else when we talk fintech, insurtech, and all these other techs? Why isn't it moving as quickly as everything else? It's because it is still run with old bureaucracy. Not just an old bureaucracy, the oldest bureaucracy. So when we talk about border, extension services that are not extension services which don't consider that we have moved so quickly, we are now using smartphones. So the guys still want to come to your farm with a book to record stuff. Right? We are not moving. We are not moving. The bureaucracy is not shifting. So we are living in 2 realities. One is the reality that you young people live on your phone, which is the digital Africa. And the other one is the old defensive bureaucracy in Africa that says, no, you must fill that form. The second truth is that, how many people here, let me ask, how many people here know the biggest cause of conflict and war since the beginning of humanity? Who knows? Can guess? Yes, sir. Yeah, Yusuf. Mohammed. Sema. Poverty. Okay. Okay. Land. So resources. Yes, sir. Yeah, resource. So we are moving. We are moving. You're all right, by the way. It is poverty. It is land, which can be considered a resource. But what is at the basic core of poverty, land, and resource. Unequal sharing, okay, so I will fight to keep my space. But somebody said it somewhere here. Hunger. At the end of the day, even the war in Ukraine and Russia is about food and hunger. When America bombs, I don't know who, it is about food. Because when your people are hungry, there will be a very serious revolution. So we need to stop thinking about agriculture as being a welfare issue that we think about last. First, let's build roads. Second, let's do hospitals. Then let's do schools. Oh, and by the way, where are the farmers? What have we done for agriculture? We need to stop thinking about agriculture as a welfare issue. We need to think about it as the core of growth, peace and security, and innovation. Okay? Because food is the basic need. And then, because now we know why people go to war, we need to think about the third thing. In my field, we say the people who govern us because they have reached a political settlement with us. They have agreed to deliver public goods. Public goods here are the things that they must give you. Security. What else? Law and order. What else is a public good? Health. What else is a public good? Education. What else is a public good? Transport, infrastructure. So now even things like tech is considered a public good. What else? You see, you people think like our politicians. Food. No one has mentioned food. We've mentioned everything else except food. But at the core, all those things, if there were no roads, will people go to the streets? If there were no health facilities, will people go to the streets? How many days will it take if there was no food? 1 day. 1 day. So we need to start thinking about food being at the center of our political settlements with the politicians. And then obviously we all talk about data and we know how critical that is. But what are we using data for? Data registries, satellite. Now we're talking about climate smart agriculture. So we need to start predicting. AI is here with us. We need to think about how we do that. We need to think about digital trade platforms. And we need to think about payment rails. How does money move? And because we're investing in everything else, technology except agriculture. So the question begs, why do entrepreneurs constantly feel like they're fighting the system and the weather at the same time? We should be taking some of these problems away from entrepreneurs. So 4 shifts that I think we need to be thinking about, and then I will invite a panel to come and help us think through some of these things. The first shift is we need to, it feels like to me, it feels like our policy makers move quickly when there is a panic around food. But when there is plenty, nothing happens. So we need to start getting a data-led food governance system in place that provides real-time insight, that can be tracked, and that can deliver results. So at the bare minimum, every policymaker around food and food systems needs to have access to a national and regional dashboard, food dashboard. If we don't know how many, how many people are sleeping hungry every single night, then we are not on top of things. The second thing is we need to stop thinking of farming as traditional. I don't know whether we still say we need to make farming cool. Do we still talk about those things? Farming is already cool. Is it cool? Sasa vijana ninawaongelesha mumenyamaza. Na mimi ndio ninawatetea hapa saa hii. Unajua watu wa pesa masonko wamekaa hapa sasa. Sasa museme ndio wasikie watoe pesa bwana. Is farming cool? Who is saying? Agra. No, they are not saying. You said it's cool. You are 1 out of 100. Okay, who thinks it's cool? Okay, a few. Who thinks it's not cool? Agriculture. It's hard work, it's dirty, it's not cool. It has to get done. A few. Fewer. So where are the others? Somewhere in between. I'm at your others. Career limiting moves. Well, this is my point. Agriculture must become, in the next few years, as cool as fintech. People need to say, I'm in agriculture, and you're looked at with some wonder. It is okay to be a CEO, but if they walk into where, their other Gen Zs are, and they say, I'm a CEO of an agriculture company, it's not the same as coming and saying, I'm the CEO of a fintech company. Everybody pays attention to that. That's what I'm talking about. So it's just, yes, it's a mind shift. So we are saying agriculture needs to stop being seen as traditional, and we need to start thinking about it as the center of innovation and enterprise. If anything, it's agriculture that has enabled technology. All these things that we do around tech were triggered by agriculture. Well, by the need to have food security. So we need to fund R&D. We need to put in more money in that. We need to put more money in understanding our seed systems. We need to understand how we bridge, or rather how we create an ecosystem around farmers. Farmers don't need to be thinking about what tech should I be building. Other people should be building that tech because they can see the value in the ag ecosystem. Finally, we need to build trade corridors that are dedicated for food. I want to call them green lanes. That if there's a truck carrying, fertilizer at the border, and there's another truck carrying toys from China, the truck carrying fertilizer should be prioritized at the border post. Yeah? Exactly. But here what happens is the toy truck that is actually likely to cross that border first. Yes. Okay? So we need to have that mind shift as well and develop green lanes. And then finally, we need to stop thinking about selling. I remember, and now I think, the situation is the same pretty much. In Nigeria, which is one of the largest producers of tomatoes in the world, is also the largest importer of tomato paste. So they produce tomatoes, they sell them abroad, and then they import the tomato paste that those people make. And we are laughing here, but we are all guilty here in East Africa. We can all find one product which we produce, sell, and then re-import a final product. We need to invest in agro-industrial value chains that are clear and that give East Africa a strategic positioning. Let me invite, with all those many things that I have said, a few people to help me push this conversation forward. And I will be asking them 3 concrete questions. We will need to fight with them a little bit to understand what will it take. This is at the by the time we finish this conversation, this is what I want to understand. What will it take a youth-led or woman-led agribusiness to clear any of the East Africa borders in 2 hours? Now you see the experts in the room have looked at me and think, 2 hours? Yes. Let's have that dream. Let's have that ambition. Let's talk about it. Move it from, currently it's about, what's the turnaround time at, say, Malaba? 4 days? If you're lucky. 2 weeks. Anybody here who's an exporter of farm produce? No? Yes, sir. How long does it take you to cross any of the borders? A week. Only. Now, within, no, keep standing. Within that 1 week, do you have access to a cold chain? So, when you cross, let's say you're lucky and you cross within a week, how much loss have you suffered? Not from waiting, from actual produce. Or after greasing hands is when it comes to a week. Kuna wengine wanasemanga you have to give bananas. They don't call it greasing hands. So okay, so you've given some bananas.
Yes.
So, by the way, first and foremost, what is it that you're exporting?
Thank you. I'm Washington Miner. I run Central Energy. Central Energy is in several value chains. Well, sometimes we do import to Kenya maize or some cereals from Malawi or Tanzania. Well, Tanzania, before being the Tanzania companies can only...
The new Tanzania. We call it the new Tanzania.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Importing maize into Kenya will take probably a month at the border. Now, that is an expense, extra expenses to the trucks, to us, the importers. Today, we have to work with all the Tanzanians. Thank you to this Expo. I'm learning a lot. Well, there's a much more perishable thing that I'm currently doing, aquaculture. There's demand for African catfish in Uganda, northern Uganda, Mbale, going up. And having aquaculture, having a hatchery, we export to Uganda catfish, and on our way back, we come with tilapia. Now, these are very perishable good. Must be in that packaging tube for less than 12 hours. So I would imagine the amounts, the number of hands that we grease to get
bananas. Let's be politically correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So at times it takes us minimum 3 days, 4 days to cross the border.
What's your loss? Particularly on the fish, because that's more perishable, yes. By the time you're crossing, how much have you lost of the actual product? 10%, 20%?
In August, we lost north of 100 USD.
100?
Yes.
100 what? 1,000?
US dollars, yes.
As loss?
Yes.
Aya, niko na madaktari hapa watakusoti hiyo mambo. Just now. Okay, and my point is being made. That the ambition must be to reduce the period it takes for a farmer to move their product from one side to the other. The second question I will be asking is what should be the things, particularly digital? Because, again, technology is here with us to ease the work that we do. What is the digital fix we can prioritize over the next, say, 2 years? To cut costs and cut delays. Very basic questions. The last one will be, how do we hardwire, and this is maybe for the policy people in the room, for the partners, donors, regulators, ESC, governments, ministries, AGRA, how do we hardwire that there must be, NTBI, I said partners. How do we hardwire that youth and women must be in the room, not as tokenism. Beatrice was just telling me how frustrated she gets because you're in the room, but there is no doubt left that you're only in the room because you're a woman or a youth. Tokenism. Your voice does not count, but we can sign those papers and say we had youth and women in the room. But how do we hardwire that they become part and parcel of this conversation? To help me with this conversation, what did you say your name was?
Washington Minor.
Washington Minor. One of the things that you've touched on is grain, and we do have, thankfully, today somebody from the East Africa Grain Council, Olive Mukami, who is going to help us understand this language of standards, compliance, and those kind of things. But she's also an expert in border systems and is going to help us have this conversation. Please give a round of applause to Olive as she comes. Hiya. The next is a wonderful lady who carries the voices of young people in fragile and conflict environments where not just systems break down, but at the core of it is food systems for them don't work. Not as a concept, practically on a daily basis. So I want you to help me invite Anissa Mohammed, who comes from Somalia and leads initiatives around youth and women empowerment in the food and ag sector. Please sit on that side. I also want to invite Professor Alfred Bizoza. He is our expert because he has many masters and many PhDs and written many papers on matters food systems and food security. But he's also an economist, an agricultural economist, right? He's also an agricultural economist, so he understands the political economy and the unit economics of placing food on the table. So please help me welcome Professor Bizoza. And this idea kuweka hizi viti pa. Me, I'll stand. Oh, okay. Yes. I just wanted you to sit away from. Got it. Me, I'll stand so I can see their facial reactions. And finally, as we talk about inclusive voices in the room. Huh? Yeah. Okay, I'll stand, so you don't need to add another seat. Okay, got it. Understood. Okay, the last person I will call into the room, onto the stage, is another lady, Sylvia Sunguti, who herself is a farmer, but a differently abled farmer, and we will want to speak with her. She's young, and we will want to speak with her on practical challenges that she faces as a young, differently abled woman. Okay? Who's also a farmer. Karibu. Let's give a round of applause. Karibuni sana. Yes, they were asking me to send them questions yesterday. I refused. Because they would have gone and used ChatGPT to create answers. Now I want to catch them on the fly. Say, yo ni sawa. Clap for me. Thank you. So I don't know who to start with. Maybe let me start with you, Aniso. And because you represent and you work with young people and with women and you've worked in this space. supporting, in a very volatile and fragile environment, farmers. Oh, this side is better? Oh, okay, for visuals. What were content? Sawa. Content is king. When a woman in Kismayo is trying to, first and foremost, me, I don't even know that there's agriculture. So you have to tell us how you people plant anything in Somalia. Because we know Somalia has an extremely dry, conflict-ridden environment. So you need to give us the context so that you educate us. And then tell us, how is it that farming happens there, and where does the system break down for you?
Thank you. Who says Somalia is dry and familiar for the agriculture, something like that? Do you know 90%, I think 85% in Somalia, in Somaliland, across to the Somalia, has access to the farming. It's a good nature. Sometimes I think some place like northeastern Somalia might be some dry, but Somalia has two rivers, Juba and Shabelle. That area is a good. For example, Kismayo, it is very large and good and smart in terms of the agriculture. They produce banana, they produce any kind of the fish tables, any kind of sustainable agribusiness they led as my now in women. Young and the old woman has run their business, they have farms, they have a lot of the, maybe I met one woman, it's not last year, it's like 2023, they have 5 hectare land, they produce fish table, they distribute to the some of them into the border, Ethiopian border.
What do they produce?
They produce the fish table like tomato, mostly tomato. They expand their farm into the nowadays into the like maize, something like that. And they also they produce banana. And the banana of Kismayo and the area of the Juba area cross to the others area of the Somali like Hargeisa, Garowe, something like that. That is a good an improvement of the sometimes, but they feel some challenge in terms of the women.
So what are these challenges that they face with the system?
Yes, they feel most of the as many of us are aware, most of the challenge that comes to the women in the agribusiness is sometimes it's a lack of the information, sometimes the lack of the policies and procedures. Sometimes the maybe they neglect to the business in terms of the men. You know, the mostly they are informal. They maybe they feel trust everyone. They give 1 hectare, 1 car of product to someone, and they say, okay, I trust you. They sometimes they don't record, they don't use digital. Maybe they don't have some. The mind of the business in sometimes in women face is this lack of the digitalization. Also, it is lack of the recording. Sometimes they lose a lot of they get a lot in terms of the gaining, they lose. And they sometimes they run their business. They say, okay, if I lose today, maybe I gain.
So like this woman who was producing tomatoes on 5 acres, and she's sending them to Ethiopia.
Yes.
I presume to Addis.
It's not Addis. They're like I don't help in Addis. They mention about the Somal regional in Ethiopia, like Dolo or something like that.
So do they have a formal export agreement in Ethiopia, or do they use this mechanism? So like you've said, they trust somebody, they give them their produce, and they ask them to, take it across the border and hope that they will be paid. Is that the case?
Yeah, previous they don't have any information about that. We encourage for them. They have pursued policy, something like that. You can follow every policy in every mechanism that access an easy access to you to don't damage your product and to don't lose everything. Nowadays we advocate for them to understanding the policy and the mechanism.
Okay, and I'll come to you, Olive, soon, because I think what we are talking about there's also a certain, it's not just lack of information. Even when there is information, it's the language to which we speak to farmers with. Majority of our farmers, we must accept, are not as highly educated or highly exposed as we would like. So when we talk to them about compliance and standards, in their mind they interpret it to mean, these ones just want to wash me. You get it? But let's come to you, because on a practical level, first tell us what you do in terms of farming, and then what are the challenges you can relate with that Aniso has spoken to, but also that are just maybe unique to your business. Because we know the challenge is you're differently abled, you're a woman, and you're young. All of them are points of conflict with the system.
Okay. Nitatumia Kiswahili, kisha nitatumia na Kiingereza. The first question is, kile ninafanya kama farmer, ninapanda mboga, then zile mboga natoa kwa shamba, na zingine tena nina kibanda, ninauza kwa kibanda zile mboga zenye natoa kwa shamba langu. Kisha na zingine nauzia watu wengine, alafu zingine naweka kwa kibanda changu ninauza. Kama binti ama as a lady with a disability, watu wengi I believe that kama mimi haswa binti mwenye naishi na changamoto ya ngozi, watu wengi hawaamini kwamba naweza enda kwa shamba, hawaamini kwamba naweza fanya kazi, ama hawaamini kwamba, but ninaenda kwa shamba mwenyewe, naenda mapema kabisa kabla ya jua, kisha nirudi niingie kwa kazi yangu ya kibanda niuzie watu.
Kwa hivyo unaona kama changamoto, how is it affecting your business? Kwa sababu umeziita changamoto, kwa hivyo kweli ni changamoto. So how does it affect your business when you take your produce to market? By the way, there's interpretation, right? Okay, thank you.
Mwanzo ni tuseme natoka katika ile eneo ya Bungoma. Watu wengi wana believe that a person with the albinism hawezi enda kwa shamba. Hiyo ni changamoto. Changamoto pale ni gani? Ni kwa sababu mtu anaona, tuseme hii hali yangu ya ulemavu wa ngozi, anaona ni kwamba zile mboga, kwa sababu anafikiria ni hii kala sijui inaweza kuwa na fedha ama anaona like hizo mboga sasa akikuja nimuuzie,
ataona kama mboga imefade.
Yeah, ataona hiyo kala yangu itaenda kwa zile mboga.
So there's a trust issue, right? That we need to be bridging. Ability?
It's not. Disability is not inability.
It's not inability. Yeah. All right? And that her ability to be a farmer is not dependent on anything else, right? Other than her will and her courage to do the work. Now, actually, so let me come to you. I'm trying to think who should I go to first. But let me come to you, Olive, because we obviously are talking about a system that we know. Because look, when we talk about standards and compliance for farmers, in fact, if you think about Europe, has some of the toughest and most stringent compliance measures. So it is not that we are saying let us reduce the number of compliance requirements, right? Or reduce the level of standards. But we are asking, how do we make it easier for our young farmers and women farmers to comply?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olive Mokami. I'm working for the Eastern Africa Grain Council. We are a membership organization that is based in 10 countries of the EAC. That is the 7 EAC countries. Somalia is not yet a member, but we hope to be a member.
Inshallah.
Yes, plus Zambia, Malawi, and Ethiopia. We exist to facilitate structured trade of grain in the region. And I've not been hearing much about grains apart from Washington.
Yes.
That's literally the only other person that I've had who is dealing with grains. So we support our farmers all the way from production, but we don't work with individual farmers. We work with farmers in something called a farmer group. These farmer groups are called G-Hubs, that is the Grain Business Trade Hubs. They are a one-stop shop for these farmers where they go get training, they access inputs, the financial services and markets for their products. So the model we work with for the G-Hubs is aggregation. And with aggregation, these are farmers bringing their produce to a centralized place. With that, now they're able to access the market. We go to them, we have different set of trainings that we have tailor-made for these farmers, because these farmers are based in the rural areas, so you don't have to go with a lot of English and a lot of verbose to them. So you at least try and make the trainings a bit better for them. What we also do is we teach them. We go to them and show them, for example, if it's for grains, there are the different parameters that have to be checked before selling grains. We have the moisture content, we have aflatoxin, we have foreign matter in terms of the grading parameters. So we go to them and teach them, tell them that this is how you're supposed to grade. We do the practical with them, because we tell them if you don't do all of these parameters and check them, there will be no market for you. And we are trying to at least make them get the markets for their produce, because we have a platform called the GSOCO platform, that is a market linkage platform. And for that platform, all the parameters, quality issues have to be checked. So we tell them, for you to get premium, maybe amount for this produce that you're having, may it be maize, beans, or whatever other grains, you have to meet the requirements. So we've been having trainings, teaching farmers on how to comply with the standards, teaching them on how to even do it themselves. So good thing is that for most of these farmer groups that we call the G-Hubs, they already have their own employees. They are an entire enterprise where they've employed people. So these people are able to do now the grading, the aflatoxin testing for some of them, just basic though, qualitative, not quantitative. So with that, they're able to create jobs and ensure that the quality parameters are met.
Okay, and I like what I'm hearing, because what you're saying is we build the capacity of farmers by making them understand standards, but teaching them using a language that is at their level. So we don't need to talk about standards and compliance. They don't need to know that. What they need to know is at their level, this is exactly what you need to be doing so that we can meet the standards. But secondly, you're also then saying an aggregator model probably then cuts the slack for them, because then they don't even have to deal with, the borders and border posts and, all the export requirements, but that there's a middle person. But this middle person sometimes can be a bit problematic. Is it therefore an issue of building trust? How do we model, and how can this then be scaled beyond what just you're doing, but so that all farmers, young, women, old, have access to the same model?
Okay, so can I give a case study
Yes,
of what we've been doing? So I don't know if most of you have traveled to around the Kitale region, western region, where you see farmers or traders drying their maize along the highways. I think most of you have, right? So EAGC was once doing the field visit studies to the different farmers in the region of Kenya. This is just an example. They went and landed at Nandi County, an area called Mosoriot. I don't know if most of you have been there. A show of hands. Mosoriot, yes. So EAGC found a group of women. They were just aggregators, and they had their maize spread along the highway just to dry the maize. And we were very keen on why they are doing that. So one of the challenges is, first of all, you have to dry. That, again, the quality issue. They know that the moisture parameter has to reach 13.5%. So them drying, they didn't have a facility for them to store their produce. They had no market. They were all depending on the brokers. So EAGC trained them. We trained them on governance. We trained them on leadership, on how to manage their group. So they formed the group. They now moved from a self-help group to now a cooperative. Within the cooperative, they were able to get funds because, see, if in our language where I come from, we say, just to translate it is push that which is moving. So if you're not...
say it in your language first, then you interpret.
Okay, so in our language we say, etinde kagwa ekedie. So that loosely translates to, it is push that which is already moving. So if you're stagnant, there's nothing that can be done to at least push you further. So we aggregated them together. We taught them. They were able to get some funding to get a warehouse because they were already doing something on their own. So with the warehouse, they aggregate their produce. With aggregation, now that's where the GSOCO platform comes. The GSOCO platform tries to eliminate brokers. Sorry to any broker that is in the room. Yes, so how the GSOCO model works is, as I had mentioned, it's a member-based service because we are a membership organization. It's a market linkage platform. So what do we do in the market linkage platform? We connect buyers to the sellers directly. So this is a farmer, and this is a farmer who is in a farmer group, right? They have aggregated together. And then there's a miller. For example, this farmer group is in Uganda, since we are in the region, and the miller is in Kenya. So the farmer group will aggregate together, and they will come to the platform and say that we have probably 1,000 metric tons of maize that we have aggregated together, but now we are looking for buyers. And this other miller in Kenya will come to us and say that we are looking to mill maybe 1,000 metric tons, for example. So we do the linkages. We already have a team on the ground in Uganda. They will go to the farmer group and ascertain that the maize is there, the maize meets the required parameters, and then from there a B2B discussion is held between us as just the overseeing and facilitating, because it's a membership-based service. We facilitate now the trade between this farmer group and the millers. So with that, there will not be any brokerage, so the farmers are able to pocket the amount that is supposed to be pocketed by them.
Yeah, thank you for that, Olive. Prof, let me come to you. Because you are an expert, you know, you are not called professor just for lightly. Eh? There are very few people called professor. I will ask you the hardest question. because the challenges are known. These are things we've talked about. That, has anybody heard anything new that has been said on this stage? Has anybody heard anything new? The context is new for you, but the issues are largely not. And we speak about them every year, right? The solutions are probably, within reach. We know what they are. I mean, we talk about them, we come to this kind of conferences, we come up with resolutions. Why is there continuous failure? So, from a political economy lens, when we bring about, management of resource, the abilities or lack thereof of government to deliver on the promise, institutionalization of ag as a system, right? Where is the failure? Is it that there's not enough incentive from a bureaucracy point of view? So people seated in offices are not incentivized enough to fix it? Or is there just a gap in the vision versus delivery? It's a big question, but
it's the hardest, and you plan to give me the hard.
Yes, because you are a professor.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, let me also thank the organizers for organizing this very important event and sessions. And also, I'm very honored to be before all the CEOs. If you have heard, everyone is a CEO here. Who is not a CEO in this room? Very few. But the rest are CEOs, Chief Executive Officers. So I'm very pleased to be with them. I think coming to your initial statement, going to the history of human being, I come to realize that one of the most complex thing in the world is a human person. We are very complex in the sense that we know challenges, we know solutions, but I think one of the main gap that one would see is the sense of urgency. The sense of urgency in the sense that you really think something has to change at any level, being at individual level, being at community level, being at the government level. You can still have policies, programs, systems, but what is going to make this to work is that feeling that you are more motivated to see things changing from one level to another level, and for the betterment of the majority, not for yourself. When you link the discussion that we had yesterday and today, and also in relation to your question, and I think our colleague from the Eastern African community has also just mentioned, most of the systems exist. And when you look at the policies, strategies, our countries, I think they are even ahead to have very good written and drafted policies and strategies. But the problem now comes on when it comes to deliver on those provisions. And it is not because of resources. I'm not part of the school of thought of people say we don't have resources. It's basically main reason explaining that is the motivation to see a change happening and also celebrate the change together, not as an individual. Now, the second aspect that is there is corruption. So we should not give it other names, banana or whatever. Corruption, let's call it corruption. This is a very bad disease that will kill the entire system. You can still have digital platforms to facilitate people apply for certificates, for exports or imports. But who controls the last button on the system? Who approves? Why is he taking time to approve? What is he waiting for? Of course, if he's waiting to be bribed, but why are you giving bribe? The one who is giving it, because you're also taking part of it. So I think corruption is very, very dangerous disease in the entire system, being in the business, being in the transaction that you can do. The third aspect that is also very critical, as an economist, sometimes we tend to focus more on the hard aspect of the economy, and we forget the soft one, which is the governance. And by governance, what do I mean here? Three things. One, if you are a leader, you have given already the vision. Number two, you have also given the areas to focus on. Number three, how is the accountability? So, how do we make our leaders at any level accountable to what they have promised? If you are a minister of agriculture or trade and you have promised to facilitate trade between Rwanda and Uganda, Uganda and Tanzania, but still you are not really delivering on that. So what are the mechanisms do we have in the country, we as citizens, business operators, private sectors, to request for accountability, so that if there's someone who is sitting on a file, he moves, then there is someone who is coming to move the file, moving from one level to another level. I've been privileged to go across all these Eastern African countries. We have plenty of resources. We have plenty of resources. Being in land, being in human, we do have. But where's the challenge? Why do we keep saying that we have problems, we have problems, we have problems? We tend to take much time thinking about problems rather than thinking about solutions.
Which is human nature.
So
even in our personal lives,
yes,
we prefer to dwell on the problems.
So that's why we need to make a shift. Whoever wants to be successful, more time is invested in solutions than repeating the problems. And since we are with the CEOs, there is one principle that was written in the book by Bartlett. There is a principle called moonshoot. The moonshoot principle, you remember when you are ordering for Uber, for instance. You order Uber, while they are still coming, they will just send you a map saying that we are coming, 2 minutes, 1 minute back. So they will just keep you waiting so that you don't get tired to wait for them. Similarly, when you go to restaurants or hotels, they will keep you bringing all these snacks until your main dish comes in. So we have also things that we tend to spend more time in as moonshoots rather than going to the real business at any level. Being a business person, being a policymaker, being an academia. So let's go to the actual business and get out of the moonshoots. Thank you.
I like. Thank you, Prof. And I'll come back to you to then, let's move. How do we move? I'll come back to you to tell us exactly then what do we need to be fixing, because there's a software issue, which I like the fact that you called it, soft issues software that are human. How do we remove those things? Or how do we build incentives? Or how do we make it painful enough for those who are failing to deliver on those things? So I'll come back to you. Olive, I have an assignment for you. AGRA and EAC have put together a pool of money. And they've given it to me. They've just told me to support you to develop a framework in the next 18 months. Okay. Let me read the exact assignment. That creates 3 changes and shifts what you think, how you think, or how you go about standards, okay, inspections, and what you talked about, information flows to the actual farmer, not to the aggregator, to the actual farmer. What are those 3 things that you would propose? That's a hard question, but I'm sure it's something you think about every day. So don't overthink it. Just give us 3 things. 18 months, and these people are paying for it.
Okay.
So resource is not a problem.
So I think you got it wrong. there are no aggregators in between. The farmers themselves are the aggregators.
An association of aggregators.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, I should start by saying that I'm also an engineer by profession.
Good.
Construction side, not like Ms. Gitata said. Yes, so I am an ISO 17020 certified inspector by the International Accreditation Service. So I support EAGC interventions in the inspection and certification services. With this, we do for premises, that is where the grains are being stored, because 40% of the losses that happen during post-harvest happen during storage.
During storage.
Yes, so I support on that. We also offer inspection services for the products. That is just to make sure that they meet the quality parameters set. And also the processes. How are these people handling their grains? What process from inception to storage are they doing? So I conduct all that. You've asked what interventions can be done to at least make sure the inspection is done, first of all, and also the compliance to standards. So for the inspection services...
And information flow.
And the information flow, yeah, thanks. So can I start with the information?
Yes.
So information flow, I think for the farmers, it's translation. I think translation, most farmers do not understand English. So I think the first step will be whatever information has been put together is translated to the language that is...
it needs to be at the retail level, right? It needs to be democratized.
That's true.
So whether I speak Chinese, Somali, Hindu, whatever the case, I can access it and understand it.
Yes. So
language.
Yeah, so language is very key. Like my neighbor here, my very good, beautiful friend here, Sylvia, yes. She said that she does not, she's going to speak in Swahili. So I presume that is a language she understands better. So I need to give her a material that is in the language that she understands. If I give her a booklet that is in English, for example, it might not do her justice. But then if I translate everything to Swahili, it will at least serve her better than the English version.
Okay,
so
the next one?
The next one is inspection.
Yes.
So inspection is, as I've said, these farmers have warehouses because most of them are in cooperatives. So inspection of where they are storing the grains and telling them that this is the right practice that you're supposed to be observing in a certain premises.
So what's that change? What's the change you would introduce?
So the change is more output for them.
Okay.
So in this sense, more output for them. So if they are storing in a good storage place, meaning there will not be post-harvest losses, so they're going to at least maximize on the output that they will get.
So help them invest in better storage facilities. Yes. That's the money you will use from Agra.
Yeah.
You'll use it to help them.
And also
catalyze.
Yes.
Better storage facilities.
Yes.
And also?
So for also the ones that have already existing storage facilities is revamping them to at least meet the right standards for the storage of their produce.
Perfect. And on compliance? One thing.
On compliance is, I think capacity building is key. So capacity build them on how to comply with the standards. First of all is making the standards known to them.
Known.
Make them understand these are the standards that have been set. This is how you're supposed to comply with them. These are the parameters that you should be checking, and tell them also the importance of these standards, because most of these farmers believe that standards are just there set to maybe minimize the profits that they get, but that's not the case. So just telling them that this is why the standards are there, these are the advantages of compliance, and how can you now comply with the standards. And also the advantage of that is getting better markets, so they'll get better prices for their produce.
What's the dollar value you need for that project?
I think I'll see you at later.
You'll see me behind the tent.
Behind the tent.
You need to have that number.
Let me think about it.
If you want to be an interventionist and fix the problem, you need to have that number. Think about it. I'm giving you up to tea break. and then I will go and speak to Mr. Marwa there, whether those are the things we should be funding, and then I'll give you the money. Whatever the number is. Okay. Yeah. Prof, back to your question. So what are the incentives? How do we fix those software issues that we were talking about so that we have the development agenda, which we all know and we all have the solutions for, translate into real practical issues, so that Olive is building the framework and telling us this is the model that works, but Olive can't fix all of East Africa's problems. The governments can. How do we elevate so that the governments can scale these things? How do we incentivize?
Yes, thank you so much. I want to also bring again the attention on the role of education, but not just formal education, customized education. If you see business people, they have their own language. And when they go to talk to farmers, they will still talk to farmers with the same language of the business. So how do you make that language be easy to understand by the farmers? I think that's the most incentive that farmers need first, to listen and understand what you are saying. The second aspect, which we really ignore, we are all here talking about the rural community, rural transformation. Who is in the rural? What capacity do they have to translate all these programs, initiatives that we are taking there? Why are we not going back and stay with them? So we finish our studies, all we have to come to Nairobi or Kigali. And yet we are planning and we are dreaming about the rural community. So who is going to make that change to happen? So let me share with you quickly a very good example that we can apply. 2015, I was doing my postdoc. And then I realized I'm going to write another paper, which is going to be cited by maybe 100 people. But what is the impact of that paper? So I came up with an idea to say, can we have what we call societal university village initiative? So what does it mean? It means the society as the university, because we go to learn to the society. Whatever we are saying here, we are learning from them. Whatever we are writing, we are learning from them. And then what do we take back to them? So that's a problem. So what we are doing currently, we take graduates from the university, they go and they stay in the community for a period of 12 months as internship, working with them, observing, and also coming up with some business ideas so that they can address the same challenge they see there. So one of the incentives that we need to bring again is to ensure that we are together with the farmers. We are partners. We are not coming with solutions. We are co-creating solutions together. That will make it more sustainable rather than a top-down approach to bring solutions, extensionists, and so on. So the second aspect is now to really think deeper as far as government is concerned. You know, government is who? It's me and you. So how do we articulate the actual issues? We tend normally to say we need a policy, we need a policy. But a policy is basically a set of provisions of different solutions proposed to challenges and issues identified within a particular setting or community. So how do we articulate those issues and how do we articulate solutions, and are trying to bring still and emphasize on the aspect of co-creation. Don't bring me a solution you saw in China because you saw it in China and you think it is going to apply immediately in Kampala or in one of the rural settings here in the EAYAS. So we need really to have those adapted solutions. With these technologies, of course, we can grasp any technology, but the most intelligent part is to see how do you make this technology responsive to your actual issues. Or maybe you don't need it now. It is coming at the 5th level, and maybe we're at the 3rd level. How do you strengthen the 3rd level so that at least when the time comes to embrace the technology at the 5th level, we are also able to do that. So the last one, but not the least, there is a role and responsibility of everyone at any level. My incentive, your incentive, is to see the change. That's what I'm trying to say. If I don't see any change, if I don't see any person changing from one level to another level, then there is no incentive.
Yeah, and I hear you, and I like the idea of the society, right? And as you were speaking, I was just thinking to myself, how do we ensure that all this knowledge and expertise that we have in food systems is effective in delivering value for farmers? You know, the way you have mandatory military deployments. How is there a framework that we can use to ensure that if we, you know, our universities, our research institutions have invested in developing all this expertise, how do we force, and I'm using the word force, how do we force this expertise to go back to the rural and not sit in beautiful rooms like this one in Radisson,
yes,
having conversations that do not translate to support, real support for the farmers?
So there's this concept that was initiated 2007 under FARA, the Integrated Agricultural Research for Development, EAYAS2025, which was also bringing the notion of innovation platforms. With the innovation platforms, we have all players sitting together and working together. And I think in Rwanda they are applying this, maybe also in Uganda we applied, in DRC we did. Taking the knowledge, you may not be there in the community on daily basis, but I think the first step is to know exactly how is the solution you are proposing relevant to the issue on the ground. That's number one. Number two, and the solution you are designing, who is going to implement it? What does it require for him or for her to implement that particular solution? Sometimes we design programs and solutions and we forget the prerequisite. The prerequisite for that particular solution to be effective or to be implemented in an effective manner. So taking back knowledge and solution has to go beyond this mode of extension. It has to be in a mode of where we take our business into the real community. So if you have your company that is maybe working on tomato, why not have your office in the area where the value chain of tomato is the most dominant? Why do you want to have your office in Nairobi? Just have a representative, a sales manager in Nairobi. You don't need the CEO and the manager to come and sit in Nairobi. They should sit there and see the challenges on daily basis. Have a sales representative in Nairobi or Kampala or Mogadishu.
All right, thank you. I want to come to the farmers and Sylvia, tutaanza na wewe. Mabadiliko gani unataka kuona in the next 2 years tukija tukae hapa tena? What is the one thing utasema ilifanyika na ikabadilisha maisha yako, ikabadilisha biashara yako?
Okay, especially kwa watu wenye wanaishi na ulemavu, first ni wajikubali, na hiyo kujikubali
wao wenyewe,
yeah, disability, wajikubali kwamba wana changamoto na wasijidunishe kwamba ati wao hawezi wakafanya ukulima. Hilo ni la kwanza. So solution.
Solution gani unataka kupata? Mabadiliko gani ungependa kuona?
Mabadiliko ya kwanza ni to create awareness kwa wao, so that waelewe kwamba kuna ukulima wanaweza fanya kupitia kwa huo ukulima. Wanaweza fanya wakaenda wapeleke watoto wao shule nini kupitia kwa ukulima.
Okay, so building their capacity na wao wajue pia sisi tunaweza.
Yeah.
Okay. Aniso, you speak for many voices. Young women in fragile states, but also those who are seated here. What are those things you want to see so that we are not coming back for another talk shop next year? We're coming to celebrate success.
Yeah, thank you. I will say 3 things. Maybe next after this, as youth in East Africa, I want to see to solve it 3 main challenges. First, the policy. I want to see the harmonized policy in terms of the to reduce the unnecessary barriers, something like that. The one thing. The second, investing in digital trade system. That is the one thing I need to see the next 2 years to solve it. To empower youth traders and reduce the corruption that Professor say. That's one main challenge in terms of the youth traders and the women. For many of us, we see informal taxes, paying informal taxes many times. The third, I want to see it, and my plan in Somalia next years, in my mind, is to create woman-friendly border space. Yes. I need women to be safe in the market in terms of the any harassment, not to avoid any harassment, any challenge. Also, I wanted to see, I know the partners, the organizers, the agro, the FOO, to increase information disk across to the borders. They can manage and to give more information about the financial and the other information. Also, I want to see the last financial access in terms of the women and youth. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. You said 3. You've said 5. So I will send you an invoice for the extra 2 that you have said that you didn't. Sylvia is talking about how do we empower people living with disability to understand and appreciate and build their confidence that we can also make a contribution and that we can play in the same space as anybody else. So that's an investment we need to make. Anisha is saying many things, but she said, how do we build a policy environment that translates to action? In my policy practice, one of the things I have come to appreciate is that policy is very difficult to implement. It's near impossible to implement because policies are arrived at as a political settlement. In policy conversations, not everybody sees eye to eye. By the time you have a policy document and it is being approved, some people have to sacrifice some opinions and some views and some interests. Others have had to be cajoled. Others have been forced to accept that policy into place. And we signed the policy and we all celebrate and we now have a policy. But this, offsets, compromises, sacrifices are boiling under. And when it comes to implementation, you will face those things. And so what she's saying is, can we see all these beautiful policies implemented? And what I'm telling our partners is we must begin to also then invest into translating policy into action. And the way we do that is by understanding the politics of policy implementation. We can't avoid it. I know many of us in the development space say, no, we avoid politics. We must lean into the politics, because if you don't understand it, if you don't understand where the compromises have been made, if you're not leaning in on the political power of, say, head of state or head of delegation or herald, you're not going to move. She's also saying we need to invest in digital. I think there's a lot of that happening now, but we need to be saying, where do we have, because the other thing about this digital interventions, I get the sense, Shege, I know you're the tech person in the room, that we have spread ourselves thin. That there are too many investments in too many little platforms across many things. And maybe we need to now start thinking about how do we aggregate. I mean, if you think about health information system, DHIS, and how we landed there, was that eventually somebody at policy level within the ministry had to say, we have too many systems that are not integrated, and we need to bring everything into one platform. Maybe that's the conversation we need to start having. And then she's spoken about access to finance, obviously, but another software issue around corruption. And there was a fifth one which I can't remember. Women-friendly borders. Now, again, this is, probably piggybacking on what I had already spoken about, green lanes. If we are prioritizing fertilizer over Chinese toys at the border, we need to prioritize women and young people over men. Lakini mimi muniwache kwa hiyo category huko. Yeah, women and youth. When I come there, munipatie nafasi, please. But the point is, can we acknowledge that our borders need to be ag fast? And I know people in the oil industry will probably make an argument around why oil needs to be prioritized, because if you cannot pump fuel across the region, you cannot produce enough energy, you therefore cannot even add value to those commodities that you want to. Everybody will make the argument, but because we are in an ag forum, we need to be saying our borders need to be ag fast. Now, I'll come to you two and then we can close this thing up, because you're the people, you're the practitioners on the other side, right? I'll finish with you, Prof. But for you, Olive, what is the single commitment from an East Africa Grain Council perspective? What is your one commitment, even if Washington is the only one in this room who's doing grain, but we want a commitment that does not just work for grain, but that can be scaled across all other commodities? What is that one commitment you make next year when we meet here, or in Kigali, or in wherever it shall be? You'll come back to report and say, this I did and it can be scaled to help these people.
So for me, from my end, I think, let me just say two. Please don't invoice me for the additional
I'll invoice you, but it's okay. You can afford it.
Yeah, so one of the issues is facilitating trade. Because if all these farmers are producing and they do not have the markets for this produce, then it beats the logic. So facilitating trade, and the second one is now market linkages. Because what we always promote is produce with a market in mind. So if we can achieve to at least help the farmers access the markets for their produce, then I think we'll have reached home.
Thank you. Prof, I want you to take us home. Again, because you're the professor, I will ask you a hard one. Because we don't want this to be a talk shop, right? I've operated in the delivery space for a while now, and therefore I know, we can come, we can talk, unless you prioritize, right? And then you fix the policy environment around the things that you prioritize, and then you build delivery chains to help you deliver on those things. All these things that we keep saying here don't get done. So what are the three things that we all should be tracking to know that we are making progress towards an inclusive cross-border trade ecosystem? So that AGRA and ESC next year will say, these are the three things. There's 100 things that needs to be done, I know. But these are the three we committed to and delivered.
Thank you. First of all, I will start from this audience. I see a very strong opportunity to have a network of all these CEOs. All these CEOs in this room can have one network, which network is going to be a platform for them to exchange not only products but also knowledge across one country to another country. This audience itself. And concur with our sister Elizabeth, who was trying to say, if they are giving time for networking, that it was really, that's the meaning. Not work in isolation. I have my small company in Uganda, Tanzania, okay? But why not have one company with all these products? And what will be the muscles that you have when you are together? So I think this could be one of the targets to make things happen. The second aspect now goes to individual countries. We should not see, at this point, we should not see our home policies or standards more bigger than those that are established by the Eastern African community. Because if we have agreed to work through Eastern African community, now this is the highest level authority to guide on these inter cross-border operations. The only challenge is when we sit in the room, we agree on a principle, then when you go back to your home, you feel the one which is your home country is the most important than the one in the EAC. So if you have to operate across the borders, let's give the value and the importance and the weight of these cross-border regulations, procedures, and facilitation that are provided by our presidents in the different summits. So basically to give value to them. Now the third aspect, I will come again still to the farmers. As far as market linkages is concerned, of course there is a say in our country or in our culture. They normally say something from outside will come after. Can you try first to link the farmers in your own countries? Make sure that at least there is a strong market linkages. Before, some people tend to go to other countries, yet they still have a market locally which is not yet satisfied. So how do we improve those market linkages and address the market deficiencies in our respective countries? And as far as we go to other countries, going to other countries satisfying another demand. So what about the local demand or the national demand? Is it already satisfied? I was here 2 years ago. You will see I was with a grain aggregator. He will tell you that I have around 300 types of grains that he's selling. And they are coming from different countries. And he's just doing it by phone and call. You have people from different countries. They call, I need this bin, I need this category, I need this category, I need this one. So can we try to work on the deficiencies in our home settings in terms of market linkages? These will, once they are strong, they will also make the inter-cross-border trade also very strong, especially when it comes to have a consistent supply and regular supply, not just one supply and then you wait for 2 years, then you get another one. So that's basically another area we need to continue thinking as we operate in this area of cross-border trade. Thank you.
Let's give all of them a big round of applause. Prof, I like the idea of the network of CEOs in the ag systems space. I like that idea because then people learn from people, and like we all say, iron sharpen iron, and the ideas can get a snowball effect. I think you also mentioned, and you know, Olive also mentioned that we probably need to think about the practicalities of this cross-border trade. But for us to be able to do that, we probably need to forget this moonshot idea of, you know, let's do it for all commodities. Maybe we need to pick one or two and say cassava or onions or whatever the case may be. And we build all these protocols that we are talking about as a pilot that is scalable. So that we are saying, we are not just saying these things in abstract. We have a sandbox, if you like, where we can test these ideas. Obviously, you know, if, that in itself will shut out some people from the system. But we are saying we are giving ourselves a runway of 18 months or whatever the case may be to deliver this, to prove that it works so that we can be able to scale across all commodities. I think we owe ourselves that as a region and as different countries within the region. I personally have worked, you know, with systems and with policy makers, and I appreciate that sometimes the will is there, but what that needs to be done is zeroing in into what I now call the tip of the arrowhead and saying, what is that one issue we really need to fix? And it will create a snowball effect. Creating a small team around it, giving it a short runway, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, getting it done, and then using that to scale. And so maybe that is the approach we need to be thinking. Thank you very much all for being very attentive to this session. I know it has gone longer than we intended it to, but we were talking about real issues that are affecting you, particularly where you have an ambition to do cross-border trade. And I really do hope that we've started surfacing some of the issues. The issues are many, and I know many of you would have also wanted to contribute, but obviously because of time, we will pick it up as the conversations go on throughout the day, during lunch, and so on and so forth. So allow me to thank you very much, panelists, for making time to be here with us, and ask you to appreciate this panel once again. Asante sana.
All right, as we appreciate the team, we have had a lot of discussion, a lot of things to reflect, and also some of the recommendations are actually coming out. Part of it are those who are here. It is not a coincidence. Maybe something very great is going to happen out of this. So the alumni who are here, the network that's actually being formed, can we use that as a platform that will also help be able to push the transformation agri-food systems? This particular platform may be part of the ask could be, Fahari, whatever ideas that they have, can we also add maybe some mentorship and coaching for some of the ideas that they have actually gotten from here, so that maybe for the next 12 months, they could actually get the facility to really help them to be able to push those ideas to the next level. Just something to think about in terms of the next steps. With that said, would wish now to take a break for further networking. So I want to request, because of time pressure, that we take 25 minutes to go for health break, tea, coffee, and then when we come back for the next segment, we will see how to readjust it so that we're able to do everything within that block. So that when we finish, proceed for lunch, and give you more time to network, and eventually go home. But you remember, going home is also dependent on whether you have one key idea that will be able to go and transform. So think about that. So with that said, let's proceed for tea. Next 25 minutes, we should be back for the next segment. Thank you very much for this particular session that we've had.
Innocent face, I call you bad. Oh, you know you bad. Sugar man, big man, mommy, woman now. Shutunanya, pretty girl, Nagua Mikro. She a goodie, your man, they shot to baby. She a goodie, your man, they shot to baby.
I could believe in the queen in the way. Yeah. Oh, mama, way. And booty, a case, you muko sana way. Yeah. Oh, mama, way. And she know you, TV, they can dash. Energy, mommy, energy. You give me that love, the energy. Melodies and melody. That's it, in energy. Things that I know. Love is so good, we feel my girl. Yeah, baby, it's time to going to shopping to Dubai. Oh yeah, yeah. Touch me, kiss me, you make me excited. Touch me, kiss me, Sagonobi, mon amour, 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 mon amour, mon amour, mon amour, yeah, 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 amour. The way you give me that, give me this, give me that, baby. I'm gonna give it to you, this love you deserve it, love you deserve it, my baby, you know me, what I'm ready to do for you, yeah, cause I got you in my blood, no baby, I got you in my dream, cause I got you in my blood, my baby, I got you in my dream, thing that I know, love is so good, we feel my girl. Yeah, baby, it's time to going to shopping to Dubai. Oh yeah, yeah. Touch me, kiss me, you make me excited. Touch me, kiss me, Sagonobi, mon amour, amour, amour,
and the mic, the machine.
Umuhungu yitonda fatubaye abajamaa abandatiye agahinda wahinduye byinshi kuri jiwe my friend oya nukuri jiwe.
So we want to still continue the discussions, trying to look at the element of the trade, looking at the element of the policies, but how can we also shape the rules, change the rules of the game, but also shape them. And as we were talking about policies and the way they are difficult and maybe not much is happening, the call here is how can we really make sure that we get certain results. And we can also get results by being role models, good examples, success cases. Then people can say something is working over here, and whatever it is, we can actually take it up to be able to take it to scale. And then policy comes in to help us to take it to scale. So to help us go through this particular session, I would wish to invite Sithembile, who is going to give us some key insights around this and also just help us how to run this particular session. Because we are talking about Africa, we are looking at the regional blocks COMESA, we are looking at the entire continent. If our goods can move from Somali all the way to Dakar, or from Cape Town all the way to New Cairo, what will it take? Sethembile, if you can take us through this. Welcome. You can also change the rules of the game by clapping for the panelists when the person is coming over here. Let's change the rules of the game.
Thank you. Good morning, or is it afternoon now? Good afternoon, everyone. If you can please cue my presentation at the back. I don't know whether it's the last day, but I saw people having a clicky thing. All right. Thank you. So it's forward and back. Forward and then back. Okay. All right. Perfect. The screen in front of me is not on, so I will have to keep doing that. Okay. This one, yeah. I think it's usually easier if my focus is on who I'm talking to and I can see which slide they're looking at. But good afternoon again. My name is Sitembile Mwamakamba. I come from the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Policy Analysis Network, also known as FANAPAN. My colleague Rachel would have spoken a bit more about what FANAPAN does during her presentation on Wednesday. So I am really here to sort of bring some of the discussions that we have had to a close. First, let me thank AGRA, let me thank the EAC, let me thank FAO, all the people that have supported you to be in this room. It's not every day that you find so many great minds, young, vibrant, ready to change the world in one room. And so this has been really extra special. I think Africa is stepping into a defining moment. The creation of the world's largest market under the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement, which brings together 1.4 billion people and a combined GDP of about $3.4 trillion US. And you sitting in this room are going to be part of that. But here is the truth though. The market doesn't transform societies, people do. And the people who will shape Africa's next economic era are its young people. We stand at the crossroads. If young Africans do not shape the rules of this new system, the rules on trade, climate response, agriculture, food safety, technology, and the list goes on, those rules will be shaped without you and possibly against your interest. So this keynote is about moving from being policy takers to being policy shapers. Yeah? Yeah. So this keynote essentially is about moving from being policy takers to being policy shapers, because policy is not an elite space, it's a power space, and youth deserve power. We have had so much during this week about how young people, you know, they are so much percentage of the population, agriculture is ripe for your taking, we have had all that. And we've also heard about the increasing risks that are brought upon by climate change. But I think my talk is supposed to then make the shift into what opportunities are there, and what opportunities are there in terms of the market expansion, what opportunities are there in terms of your engagement in agriculture. And I think the AFCFTA gives us a once-in-a-generation opportunity to redesign markets and unlock opportunities across borders. Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, they are already taking advantage of this. And so the point is this: youth are not just beneficiaries of these systems, they are strategic actors that can change them. So trade, climate, food systems are now intertwined. If you influence one, you influence them all. Whoever shapes these pillars shapes Africa's development trajectory for the next 50 years. So let's look at what has been happening. Traditionally, youth have been framed as policy receivers. You wait and decisions come from above. But this puts youth at the margins, reacting to rules made by others. Policy shapers operate differently, and this is what I want you to think of yourselves. Policy shapers influence agendas before decisions are made. They bring evidence and innovation to the table. They mobilize networks that amplify issues and demand accountability from leaders and co-create solutions with policymakers. So my talk this afternoon is about helping you, young people, young Africans, move from being deliberately into the second category, not by accident, by strategy. It's not just going to happen on you, but you have to be deliberate on how you engage in the space. So how are regional policies made? Do we know? I think we've had a lot, especially in the morning, about the importance of policy, how we should not be shy to engage in the politics of policy, because policy is not just about policy, but there's politics involved in it. But as I was sitting there, I was wondering, because yesterday when the question was asked, do you know about CADIB? Only a few hands went up. And I thought to myself, but CADIB is the Bible for agriculture transformation. If you do not know about CADIB, how are you moving about in the spaces that you are working? So it's important to really know how policies are made and where you come in as young people. So you'll find that regional policies follow a structured pathway. First, there is an issue that is placed on the agenda. Often it's because a member state sees a challenge, such as maybe seed harmonization, fertilizer regulation, or maybe like we had in the morning, some trade bottlenecks and maybe climate impacts. So which is the agenda, right? That's the first step, agenda setting. From there, technical experts and sectoral committees analyze the issue and draft policy recommendations. And these policy recommendations, they're not cast in stones, they're just proposals of how best the issue that has been put on the agenda can be addressed. So these drafts, they move to the senior officials, usually maybe the permanent secretaries in the member states, who ensure that the proposals make sense to each country's context. Then from there, it will then move to the Council of Ministers, which is the political decision-making body. Understand why now the speaker before was talking, I think it was Ronnie, who was saying that we can't ignore the politics within policy. So then it moves to the Council of the Ministers, where the ministers review the decisions and then they adopt the policy. But for major instruments, there's the Summit of the Heads of State that then gives the final endorsement. And finally, I think the most important stage is the implementation. Each country must then domesticate the policy into national laws, budgets, and programs. So a policy on its own cannot just be implemented. It needs to be taken into the country context. We need to know what budget can be allocated for it to be implemented, and budget then translates into programs on the ground. So this is where youth can come in to monitor progress, advocate for alignment, and demand accountability. But it doesn't mean you just get involved at the end of the whole process. At every step, technical, political, and implementation, youth have entry points to influence the outcomes. So why does your voice matter in trade and food security systems? So when we talk about youth inclusion, it often sounds like charity or tokenism, right? Like, we just need the numbers, you know, we need to have a certain percentage of young people and then we tick a box. In reality, youth are essential for Africa's trade and food systems transformation. Why? We have had the conversations during the week. We have witnessed in the exhibit what you are doing and how you are driving innovation and how you are making sure that data is available, farmers are connected to markets, and all sorts of things that we have seen. So you are dominating already the value chains where the real action happens. So we are talking about the actual farming on the ground. We heard from some people that are doing the actual farming, whether it be livestock production, aquaculture, or crop production. We've also heard about people that are in the processing business, in the logistics business, and there's the retail and the digital platform side of it. So we know that you as young people, you are early adopters of technology. So things like mobile payments, drones that we were that we saw in the presentation, e-commerce, precision farming, all those things is where our agriculture is going, and who better to do it than the youth of this region. So that gives you, as young people, something very powerful, which is leverage, bargaining power, and voices that cannot be ignored. So let's look at the 3 issues that are on the table today. So there's the trade issue, there's the climate issue, and then there's the food systems transformation. These are the 3 interconnected arenas where decisions are shaping the future. In terms of trade policy, we are looking at things like tariffs, non-tariff barriers, rules of origin, phytosanitary standards, and the rules that determine whether goods move across borders or get stuck in paperwork and delays. Then in terms of climate policy, this is about adaptation. I think we all, in one form or the other, are experiencing the impacts of the changing climate. And so this is about adaptation, investment plans. It's about climate smart agriculture. It's about moving and making sure that we have in place disaster early warning systems. And it's about the Green Climate Fund access. These impact smallholder farmers and youth agripreneurs directly. And then the third component is on food systems policy. So this includes seed laws. I think we heard about that as well. Fertilizer regulation, food safety standards, land governance, and value chain development. Youth must engage in all 3 because they overlap. So you can't say, I'm focusing on the one, and then you ignore the other 2. You have to look at all of them. Trade determines which food moves where. Climate determines whether food is produced at all. Food systems determine nutrition, jobs, and resilience. So engaging in just one isn't enough. The power lies in the intersection. So I've come up with about 4 sets of entry points for youth engagement in this in these sort of 3 things: trade, climate, and food systems policies. And I'm just going to walk through each of these and lay out what I believe should be the role that you as youth should be playing. So the first one is really influencing through evidence and innovation. I think influence, real influence, grows when you bring something concrete to the table. For instance, it could be citizen-generated data that shows the real experiences of cross-border trades. There was somebody who spoke about the bananas, that, you know, the challenges of the bananas, right? That will remain a conversation in this room unless it's properly documented and it's on paper somewhere and we know that it's a real challenge. But as long as I have not seen a report, I have not, you know, like, what informs that decision? Just your word of mouth? So it's important that we are able to document some of this evidence. The second thing, I think youth can influence policies by demonstrating scalable innovations, right? So we have digital platforms that can expose bottlenecks such as delays and corruption and excessive fees and the like, but also pilot projects showcasing climate smart farming, renewable energy irrigation, or traceability solutions. Those can be can be ways in which we can influence policies. Then also, decision makers respond to evidence and innovation not just demands and complaints. So I think it's important that as young people, in as much as we demonstrate and complain and trash people on social media and whatnot, we need to also have a very constructive approach to how we channel our complaints. And finally, I think as youth entrepreneurs, you can also demonstrate a scalable model or present credible data gains that immediately legitimize you in policy conversations. Then the second entry point is about engaging in formal policy structures. I think influence requires you to show up in formal spaces. There are a number of these. So looking maybe at the EAC, for instance, I know that we have colleagues from the EAC here that can maybe speak a bit more on this, but there's the EAC Youth Ambassadors platform where young people can participate, and through this initiative there are several forums in which young people can participate. So I mean, this is one example of a forum, right? This is the EAC Youth in Agri-Food Systems Expo. And the conversation in this room don't just remain here. They are, you know, really documented, packaged, and then they are taken up in conversations in those big corridors that maybe not all of us will have an opportunity to walk. There's also public hearings through the East African Legislative Assembly where all citizens, including young people, can have an opportunity to present views. And then also when we're looking at other regional economic communities like COMESA, which covers both East Africa as well as Southern Africa, we have youth advisory panels. We also have the agribusiness platforms as well, where young people can participate. Then in terms of the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement, there is already a protocol on women and youth and trade that outlines how the AFCFTA can work for women and youth. You need to familiarize yourself with some of these protocols. And then of course, within the AFCFTA as well as CADEP, there are national sort of implementation committees that are perhaps the strongest entry points, where youth associations must demand seats there, where you should also be able to put your proposals or your recommendations on how the country implements protocols like this. So policy spaces are not empty. They are waiting for youth to occupy them. I think in most sort of policy spaces, there's always an allocation for a youth seat. But it doesn't mean that you just go there to warm the seat and to just be there as a youth. You need to have a process whereby by the time you get there, you are carrying the voices of thousands. You know what young people want to see happen. And your voice in that room is not just your own, but you're speaking on behalf of many. Then the third entry point is around agenda setting through social mobilization. I probably shouldn't spend too much time on social mobilization because you are the social media generation. You are the TikTok generation that knows how to really get attention of people in like seconds. But I think policy does not begin in negotiating rooms. It begins with public pressure, with narratives, and with shared priorities. And so youth can shift agendas by organizing campaigns around very important topics like food loss. We heard about post-harvest loss management here earlier in the morning, around youth financing, around cross-border harassment that we heard about, and also around digital trade barriers, and any other issues that you feel are holding you back.
You could also, use social media as a tool, not just for visibility, but for agenda setting. You could also partner with research institutions to publish briefs that policymakers actually can rely on. I think we had the professor's presentation yesterday where he was talking about his institute and what they are doing. So there are partners that you can work with to make sure that your voices is heard. And I think what we have to realize is that countries negotiate based on internal pressure, right? Because you as the citizens are the ones that are affected by decisions that are made. So you can put that pressure shaping what countries prioritize before they even go to the table at a regional level. Then the fourth entry point is on participating in policy implementation. So this is where policy becomes a reality. And what you can do, I believe, is to track progress on some of the national strategies, on some of maybe the regional policies that have now been domesticated, like the AFCFTA. What does it mean for Kenya? What does it mean for Tanzania? What does it mean for Burundi, for Somalia? How can it work for the young people there? Also monitor the agriculture budgets. Where is the money going? And who benefits? You need to know that. And then I would also encourage you to join technical working groups on different themes that you're working on. If you're working on aquaculture, find out in your country if there is a technical working group that's coordinated perhaps from the ministries of fisheries where you can participate and give your inputs. If you're working on seeds, on fertilizers, there are usually technical working groups that are multi-stakeholder that bring together different people to be able to inform and help provide support to government. Then also, I think another one is co-creating extension and advisory tools using digital innovations that we have had so much about. That's also another opportunity. And I think in often cases, youth involvement brings credibility and generally improves outcomes because you are the boots on the ground and you know what's hot and what's not. And so your voice can certainly make a difference. And then I would also like to share with you some 7 steps that I believe are the sort of pathway to influencing policy. Not sure what happened to the slide. Let's see, is it, okay. Okay, this is slide 7. It's not showing. But the 7 things that I would like you to sort of maybe take note of is, first, you need to understand the architecture. Yesterday I spoke of ecosystem, right? It's the same thing. You need to understand who makes the decisions, when are these decisions made, and how are these decisions made. Because if you don't understand that, you don't know where you come in. So it is important to understand the architecture or the ecosystem of our policy decisions. Then identify the entry point. Is it the evidence? Is it advocacy that's needed? Is it innovation? Or is it formal engagement? What is needed at what time and how can you come in? Then mobilize the evidence. You know, there's, I think there was a time when there was this whole excitement about crowdsourcing of innovation, crowdsourcing. Just make sure that you bring the stories. Bring the stories that can unlock influence. And then build alliances. I think it was Ronnie who was speaking before T. He said that policy is not easy. Policy change is not easy. And it definitely won't be easy if you're doing it alone. That's why it's important that you need to build alliances. No one influences policy alone. Engage in consultations. Speak in the formal spaces. Bring other people's opinions on board. And then follow the money and the commitments, because usually the money will tell you where the priorities are.
And because you are young, you are innovators, you are agripreneurs, I would also say showcase your innovations. Policymakers support what they see working. And also just keep in mind that influence is not an event. Influence is not an event. And especially if you're working in the policy space, it will not happen overnight. So you have to realize that this is a long game. And a long game does not work for people that have a short attention span. So you need to appreciate that. It is a process, and youth who follow the pathway will definitely shape the policy outcomes. Let's see if it moves. No. Okay, so these are the 7 steps that I was just talking about. Maybe you can move on to the next slide. I'm almost done. So maybe just to give you ideas on what you can demand from policymakers. I think influence grows when you articulate clear, focused demands. And these are some of the things that you should be pushing for. This is not everything you should be pushing for. But based on the discussions that we've been having in the last 3 days, I believe these are some of the things you should be pushing for. Push for youth quotas in the national AFCFTA committees. Push for transparent, accessible information on trade procedures. It's a previous slide. Previous. There we go. Yeah, just stop there. So also push for financing for climate smart agribusinesses. Push, of course, for simplified trade regimes tailored for young traders. Push for inclusion in the SPS and standards development processes so that if you understand what the regulations, the processes are, you are able, as you do your business, to do the right things that won't get you stuck somewhere down the line. And then, of course, digitalization of cross-border trade, which I think is something that the ESC is already working towards. And then I think one thing that you should also push for is a dedicated window in climate finance mechanisms. So these things are feasible, and they are policy-aligned demands, believe it or not, and they are not just wish lists. Yeah. Then if you could help me with the next slide, just to share with you what FunPan is doing for youth, which I'm also going to be encouraging you to get involved in. We have partnered with AGRA, SADC, and the EAC in really making sure that we support youth policy engagement. So we are convening webinars every month. I think Stella mentioned it the other day. Please, please, please register to participate in those webinars. And if you want to be the one that shares your innovation, please also get in touch with myself, with Rachel here, or with Stella, with Kimathi. We can make sure that definitely you have that platform to be able to share your innovation. We're also producing products that simplify complex policy issues, so policy briefs, infographics. We're trying to synthesize hundreds and hundreds of pages of reports into small but bite-sized information packets that can be easily digestible. And we're supporting youth participation in EAC, in SADC, and in COMESA platforms. So we do have currently draft policy briefs that we are working on, that we are going to be finalizing in the next couple of weeks, that we will then share with you so that you can understand some of the issues. And in our research, we really try to amplify youth voices and drive evidence-based policy making. And we are very clear at FunPan that youth should not be observers of policy, but they should be authors of policy as well. Then, before I go back to my seat, I want to just stress that if there's one message that I would want to leave with you today, it is that you must not wait to be invited into policy spaces. You must claim the space. shape the agenda, and lead Africa into a more inclusive and climate smart and borderless future. So engage in national policy and regional policy processes, advocate for fair, climate smart and youth responsive trade rules, innovate solutions that policymakers cannot ignore, collaborate across borders, Pan-African youth networks matter. Please scan that barcode. I think it's been emphasized and emphasized. If you've been reluctant or you have not done it yet, scan the barcode and join the network. And then, of course, monitor and hold the leaders to account. I think Africa does not just need a new policy direction, it needs a new generation of policymakers. And you sitting in this room are that generation. Thank you.
All right, let's give her choma. All right, we start with Pasha and then we choma. All right, so let's Pasha, and my Pasha has to be super high voltage. So Pasha, choma. All right, wonderful. All right. She has really simplified the elements of participation in policy and even given us tips on where to actually anchor. If I were you, I would not sleep tonight, because then I would look at the areas that I'm working on, and knowing that the Kampala Declaration, we are moving towards institutionalizing this in various countries and mobilize the youth on the critical elements that need to go there. The only advantage is that I'm not you. All right. So we want to shift now, and I want to bring on stage Nancy Gitau, also to talk to us about hustling in terms of within the export trade. She will help us also see the nuances and how to navigate around that, if it is the ESC, the COMESA, and of course at the continental level. What are some of the things, the tidbits that can actually help us to be able to do that? So Nancy, welcome.
Thank you very much. Point of correction, I'm not Nancy Gitau, my name is Nancy Gitonga. Nancy Gitonga is the chairperson of East Africa Women in Business Platform, which is based in Arusha, Tanzania. The Women Platform for East African Partner States, an institution that drives the economy through women. Nancy Gitonga also is a businesswoman. I'm the president and the CEO of a consulting firm that does work in Africa in trade facilitation, gender, women economic empowerment, SME growth, and so on and so forth. Nancy is also a farmer. I specialize in farming dragon fruits and plantains. Finally, I am also the CEO of an institution known as One Voice Women Trade Network. Having said that, thank you so much. Saseni tena. Hata mimi ni kama youth. When Beatrice was conducting a warm-up session here yesterday, I was sitting there, and Beatrice called many times, I need a volunteer, please, to come and do something here with me for just 1 minute. Kimia. Beatrice called and called and called. Kimia. Woye, please come. It's not complicated. And she broke it down. Kimia. At the end of the day, she came to where I was seated, and the lady was seated next to me. Atieno was pulled on the stage by force. And she did something, and we all clapped and were very happy. But let me tell you the story. When Atieno came and sat next to me, that is when I decided to engage her, because I noticed her as an investor. If I don't know you, I'm not interested. So we began speaking from that point on. And she told me she come from Homa Bay, I am this agronomist, I'm this and that and that. And she sold herself to me. And I was telling myself, I've just found a technical person to take care of my farms. So she got herself a job. Why do I say this? Next, please, next slide. Sisi wote tulikosa self-confidence. Period. And that one, let me tell you, self-confidence is the biggest tool in a human life that is going to help you. That is, I've seen people get into planes to go abroad. Self-confidence will give you everything that you need. And I'm telling you this as a businesswoman. I'm telling you this as a leader of women institutions. I sit in many boats. I interview almost on a daily basis. I'm paid to interview, to sit on interviews, panels. Self-confidence. I've seen very many kids cry walking out. You know what that child missed? Just to be a little bit confident. To me, I always say that is the best accessory you have. Please don't leave it at home. When you leave your house every day, go with it and walk with it. That is what is going to help you open doors. Discipline. Asiyefunzwa na mamake. Aya. You know, we talk like this and we think it's a joke. Whoever is not there. Let me tell you, friends, my youths wenzangu, wacheni niwaambieni ukweli. Na hii ni kitu hata uende Harvard Business School, kuna mtu atakwambia hivi tunakwambia hapa. I want to thank all the technical guys for the last 3 days. Hallelujah. I'm telling you technically, yani, mimi, I'm just moving like this. But let me tell you, all that is useless if you don't take care of internal factors. You can Google, you're going to get the current government requirements, regulations, whatever. Where are you going to Google to get your self-confidence? No, serious. Are you going to Google to get self-confidence? Are you going to Google and then you tell yourself, Google, today I'm so disciplined. In fact, I'm going to be in the office by 8 o'clock because I've Googled. Never. It's in you. Let me tell you, my friends. Jijenge. And here, this is where the rubber meets the tarmac. Internal factors. This is you guys. This is what is going to make you that super business person. Ni wewe utajijenga. Hiyo ingine tutakujenga kama institutions. Yani, you see your vitu on the left, hizo external whatever, tumeshinda tukiongelea. Hiyo, for the last 3 days, that's what we are talking about. Hiyo tutakujenga. We will build your capacity. We will do whatever it takes to connect you. But these factors on this other side, friend, you are the one who will give it to yourself. Then when you give this to yourself, then you can cross on the other side and you'll find us. That's why we're in this room. But what is on this side, we can't give it to you. You have to give it to yourself. Communication. You receive an email, you take changes before you can respond to that email. Yani na mimi, yani at East Africa Women in Business platform, we are just trying to invite you to come for a meeting. Yani you take like 3 days. And remember, we must buy you a ticket. We must organize for DS. We must do this. We must do this. Yani we have to call you like twice. Oh, yaki mase masawe. Can you, aki kindly, we need to lift you from Dar es Salaam to take you to Nairobi. Because now of, please, because of the Agra Super, please, we beg you. Communication, my friend. Chap. I mean, this is the time of high tech. You guys, you are super, you are the best. Read it there, respond. If you don't have internet, beg, borrow, steal, get someone to give you a bundle. Respond. Apple. That's the biggest tool you have. You guys, you have what it takes. Technology. Don't wait for 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day to respond. Be there, chap. You are responding. You know? Passion. Are you passionate about the products and the services you're giving us? Do I wake up on the WhatsApp and I find that you have already posted, hey, you guys, I have created something else. Look at this. Are you passionate, or will you just wait until when Agra, EWIP, East Africa community, they call you to come to Radisson Blue, then you can connect with a friend? Let me tell you, I am very passionate with what I do. Very passionate. Let me tell you. Yes. I am so passionate about women's and youth economic empowerment. I will empower you whether you like it or not. Trust me. Sikwachi, Otieno, and the rest. You are young girls now, but very soon you are becoming great women in these nations. Come on. You entrepreneurs, I know you have your skills, you have your talent. But who knows what you have, Akiwoye? Nani anajua? Who knows? Even the good Bible says, the Lord says, I will bless you with what you have. Are you communicating? You people, you are so lucky you came in with technology. Guy, our time, we used to do what? To flyers, Those to flyers. To brochure, to advertise. After church, you are standing there and giving out, Some of them even tell you, Madam, me, I don't know how to read. Beg, borrow, steal, we want to do it, and guys, we made it. It's so easy for you. But tell us about your talent and skills. I don't know the talents you have. Yesterday when Beatrice was trying to beg you to come and do, and it's just shake a leg or your body or your head or whatever it is, and then you know what happens? Someone is going to see you, recognize, appreciate, and say this is a talented person. But when you hide, yani unajificha tu, yani wewe unaendelea tu yani kujificha. Guy, ebu jiuze, Aki, just tell yourself. And that's why you need a mentor and a coach. I feel so good wherever I walk. Imagine even like in weddings the other day, I was in a wedding on Saturday. Yani mimi niko hapa tu na katika. A lady comes and grabs me. Karibu ananiangusha. I'm like, Aja, what is it? She's mom, dad. She mentored me. Okay. I did. Yes, you don't remember when you came to Nakuru? I said, oh, you're the leader of the yogurt. Yes. You're the one I took to one of the supermarkets and now you are supplying big. Yes. Aki, mom and dad, imagine this a lady who made me what I am today. I mean, I feel so good. Na ni kwa harusi, we met in a wedding. Sasa, seriously, if I was not married, don't you think, in fact, even I would have gotten a nice young man there who wants to marry me? I'm serious. These things are social, they are political, they are technological, they are everything. Put them round together, it makes a strong African youth. Tunaelewana? Are we together? Ebu clap for me. Sometimes I thank mwalimu. Get yourself a mentor, a coach. For Christ's sake. For me, 25 years ago, I was coached by an Asian man. Today, they are multi-trillionaires in this country. The biggest logistic company in East Africa. Those guys. He looked at me. That time I used to, I used to try to hustle, side hustle. So I had a kahodi truck that to defer building material, mawe, those kind of, kagoto, mtu amenunua kagoto ndebe moja, that kind of a thing. This guy looked at me and told me, wewe, unachezea shiringi kwa mdomo ya choo. You are playing with life. You are young. That time I think I was only 32. You are young. You have a young family. You have 1 degree. Go back to school and get more education. 2, do extra courses, whatever it takes. 3, patana na watu wasomi. Mimi si msomi. Mimi ni mtu wa class 4, lakini ni pesa tu mingi ndio nimekutana nayo. Get yourself people who are experts, people who are educated. Get yourself out of this industrial area, kijiji ati unauza michanga. Shame on you. Toka, nenda. He literally chased me and I cried all the way. This man doesn't like me. I know he doesn't like me because I'm an African. What? He passed near where I was walking and he had the branded new, I remember that time, beautiful Ranger pickups. Mjinga, ingia uko nyuma. So nikapanda na nikaketi. Then he lifted me up to the tarmac. Let me tell you, friends, the following week, I sold the truck. And he got me a buyer. Got that money, took myself back to the university to do my master's. By the time I was graduating, I was on the plane all the way to Sweden. Came back, was on the way back to Israel. I even taught at the university. Joined the institutions, started working. And that's how I ended up at the East Africa community, being the chairperson. Being the coordinator for East Africa Women in Business Platform as a professional, technical person, really doing a lot of work. Today I run my own consultancy. The rest is history. If that guy did not coach me seriously, and yani ananiweka mpaka nyuma ya pickup, imagine nyuma ya pickup, yani nisikiange uchungu. Hallelujah. Today I will not be where I am. Do you get my point, guys? When you get a coach, when you get a mentor, if someone is real with you, sometimes they will even be so rough. Don't give up. You're on the right track. I met with them the other day. We are still friends. I was with the wife and I went to their house. And he stood outside and he folded his arms and he smiled and said, so you are driving a better car than even me now. I said, yes, boss. And he told me, thank you for listening. Researcher. Do your research. Yani wacheni niwaambieni mayouths. Yani simi nilikuwa kimberembere. Do I even know? Yani I see, I want, I do. Go to Masai Market, those who know Masai Market. Copy paste. Yani you look across the whole market, you have only 5 products. Why? Because people have copy pasted. Nobody want to think, no one to do some innovation, creativity, design. No one want to do research. We just want to cut, copy, paste. Cut, copy, paste. So unakuta, same type of necklaces, same type of bags, same. Youths, don't go there, please. Be innovators, be creative. You have all what it takes, AI, computers, whatever. Me, I don't even know how to do those things. I'll not lie to you. Me, I depend a lot on young people who have the IT technology. I told myself, that's not my space. Nase wacha tu nikae, ndio naona hata mimi nabeba tu karatasi because this is what I'm used to. So I will stick to my space. But our youths, oh man, they have what it takes. These guys are creators. So be creative, do a lot of research, guys. You have what it takes, and I believe in you. And then, aggressiveness. Be aggressive. Please, be aggressive. Oh yeah, Aki, be aggressive. What I could do when you become aggressive? What I do? When you become aggressive, squeezy, ako kamsichana kasi yake haki kanafanyanga vitu mingi. She so nini hata njusi nilimuona kwa county government, sijui alikuwa naenda kuomba basari ya aina gani. Be aggressive. It's your time to be until mpaka wakusikize. Don't give up. My sister is just coming from telling us how we should do it. No one is going to call you to the table. Trust me. They will not. I know them. I've been there. And I'm there. Mimi sitawaita kwa meza. Ati tufanya nini nikiniwaita kwa meza. Lakini mukija munisukume. Nitasema, actually they have what it takes. Let them, I'll just chair. Mimi nitachair. So the rest of you guys, you take kiwanja. That's how we do it. Be aggressive. Even with your products and your services. Please be aggressive. I've been here for the last 3 days. I've had a lot of innovations, technology. Pengine nakaka mshamba. I've not seen anyone coming to sell their products to me. Apart from one lady this morning, Miss Coril. I don't know whether she is here. Is Coril here? Stand up, Mama. Give her some clap. My executive director and I, we were having coffee and she quickly came. She greeted us and she quickly came with our product and said, you guys, this suits you. This is the best for you. Please promote me. I'm called so and so. I'm located here. I'm this and this. This is going to be this and this and this. And true to the word, I'm going to promote her. We are going to promote her. Hakuna mwingine kwa hii kiwanja. Naona hii kiwanja yote. Na hii kiwanja, technical expert, agronomist, IT, technology yote iko hapa, sijui what, everything that actually I need is right here. Nobody has looked at me with the eyes of an investor or a customer. Ni sawa tu akiwoye. Be aggressive. My sisters here, all this, and my brothers. I've been looking. See, Jawana. Pengine, maybe someone went to their table and they were having lunch yesterday. I have not seen anyone trying even to say, I'm this, can you connect me? And that's why I'm coming to the last part. Network, connectivity. You cannot exist on your own. We are social beings. Social beings, we are not like animals. Lazima tufanye nini? We have to coexist. Get into a network, please. And I'm happy because my sister here, last point was get networked and partnership. Biashara iko na watu. Let me tell you, friends, money is with people. Money, pesa, na kuanga na watu. Go for it, my dear youths. But you cannot be, we are human beings. I began by saying, I don't know who you are, why would I trust you? But you see, if you're being recommended by East Africa Women in Business Platform, you are being recommended by One Voice, you are being recommended by so-and-so, Agra has given you this and this to recommend you, I will not even think twice. I'll give you that work, or I will buy products from you. Network, they tell your story because you can't tell your story yourselves. Please be part of a network. Be part of a network. That is where your growth is going to come from. I love you guys. Bye-bye.
All right, we have to do Pasha and Choma, and it has to be super high voltage. So let's prepare. Let's prepare, let's prepare, let's prepare, let's prepare. It's passing through the first voltage. Take it to high voltage. Take it to super high voltage. Choma. Did we meet the threshold? Yes. We did. Great. Thank you very much. A lot of wisdom, a lot of tips. If you walked into the university for the first time and you heard that, Africa would not be where it is. But now we are getting it with the CEOs. So some of you are going to be double CEOs, quadruple CEOs. That's where we are. All right, at this point in time, let me bring in Dr. Rachel now to help us look at the National Youth Caucuses as a way of helping us now to start toning down. We need now to land the Dreamliner.
Thank you very much, Douglas. I will not take much of your time with talking. We should just go right into what you are supposed to do. The last segment, we want to develop a communique that should be shared with development partners, Agra and East African community. So what we are going to do is we are going to, for the youth, mainly the youth, the 35 and under, we are going to divide ourselves into 5 groups. And these 5 groups, we are going to identify opportunities, challenges, and then develop proposed actionable points that should be policy recommendations. From these 5 groups, we have the 4th one is technology, digital innovation and data. And the last one is going to be like a summary of everything, but focusing on what youth want policymakers, what youth want from policymakers and development partners. So 4 groups, but the 5th one is mainly just to zero in from the opportunities, the challenges, and your proposed solutions, what you want policy to look like. So, Kimathi, I don't know if he's in the room, and Cindy perhaps to help. We are going to, for the youth, we are going to be in 4 groups, so you have to, I think, count 1 to 4. All the ones will be in one group, the 2s in another, the 3s in another, then the 4s will be also in another group. So that's that, but mainly the 35 and under. Thank you. I don't know where we should start from. Maybe we can start on this table. Sorry, I'm just being reminded, those that are differently abled for under 40. But the rest under 35. Thank you.
1,
2,
3,
4,
5,
6, 1,
2, 3, 4.
Wait.
1,
2,
Number 3.
4,
5.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, nothing more, nothing less. Okay.
1,
2,
3,
4, 1,
2, 3, 4.
1, 2.
3,
4,
1.
3.
No, 2.
2, yeah.
2,
3,
1,
1,
4. No, 4. 4.
4.
Okay. 1.
1.
Oh, you are together.
Just helping her.
Okay.
1.
1. Your number? 1. So 2. 2.
3.
3.
4.
1. 2. 3. 4. 1. 2.
3.
3.
4. Namba moja. 1,
2.
4. There is a table.
1.
Louder.
1.
2,
3. 4.
Okay. This table. No, this.
1.
2. 4.
Anataka kwenda ya technology.
4, 3.
1.
2.
3. 4. 1.
2. 1.
No, 3.
Or 3. 4. 2.
This table.
4.
4. Okay.
1.
1.
2. 3.
4,
1.
Okay. So I think we have everyone, right?
So all the ones should be in one group. The twos, maybe the first 1, 2, 3, 4 should be in front so that the ones can follow that person and so on and so forth. I also shared the questions and I shared the questions in the group, in the WhatsApp group. So you should, the ones are going to look at access to finance and investment. The twos, access to markets and competitive value chains. The 3, sustainable inputs. 4, technology and digital innovation. Then the 5th question is just to guide you on what you should do. So for the 1, they're going to be guided by Cindy. Cindy is here. The 2s are going to be guided by Dr. Anasia, the ones that are going to look at markets. The 3 are going to be guided by Dr. David Wafula. The 4s are going to be guided by Miss Elizabeth Swai. I think we are ready to go. We have Is 30 minutes good? Yeah, 30 minutes to do this, and then the next 30 minutes you are going to come back into the plenary to deliberate and then put together something that we are going to share with development partners and our governments. Do you have to, would you want to say something? That's fine. Okay. Okay.
Okay, let's do this. Guys, okay. So what we want to do is just have this happening pretty fast. So you want every number 1 to move to that corner, every number 2 to that corner, any number 2 to this corner, number 3 to that corner, number 4 to that corner, please. Yes, yes. So all number 1s in this corner, all number 1s in this corner. Number 2 is right in the middle. Number 2 is right in the middle. The number 3s, number 3 in that corner. Number 3 in that corner, number 4 in that corner. You join one group. If you're not in any group, please help us join any one group. All right? And you should not be in the same group, the two of you. And I'm shouting intentionally. Okay. So do you have the questions? Yes. If you're not in the WhatsApp group, please join the WhatsApp group right now. I hope everyone is in the WhatsApp group, eh? The QR code for joining the group will be up in a few, so you can join the group. They're putting up the QR code.
The station that keeps you rocking with today's hottest music and yesterday's hits.
Am I lighting?
akade purchasing bathi yivali ngithi uthanda imali konje uhamba ngani wena ubuza bani bekumele uyenze iplani lokuthi uphume ngestrati bese uthatha idasti ungabi nendaba noma ungathandi bese uphuza amanzi angithi awunamali wesisi nalivati uphuze uhlale phansi thule ngathi uyasi zonke indaba zamalayinani uyaphapha man uyinkinga man anamali we uyaspita man usibhekile we uyaphapha man ozalana we sukalana man ayi wena man uzalana we man uyaphapha man anamali man uyaspita man uyakhera we uyasibheka man ozalana we sukalana man ozalana we sukalana man ayi wena man athi amabusa wekho ngigelele fike ebhantini ungena manje oluhlala ekhaya abuka utshani sanda ebhantini njalo umbani amabusa wekho ngigelele fike ebhantini ungena manje oluhlala ekhaya abuka utshani sanda ebhantini njalo umbani story vela bangitoli awusitshela ngifuna ukuphuza abantu ngoba ikamahala sorry lo mntwana ukwela story vela bangitoli awusitshela ngifuna ukuphuza abantu ngoba ikamahala sorry Mina ngokuhlaba ngathela ngiboma 10,000 enkulungwane angikudume ngamone kasla funa mali izabasala angizokuhlaba ngathela ngiboma 10,000 enkulungwane angikudume ngamone kasla funa mali izabasala ay we ase wamnandi ase mali miskin umekasla mbi ay funa mali ay ase wamnandi ay ase mali miskin ay umekasla mbi ay funa mali Kaningboleke man khona la ngifuna ukuya khona wena man hayi man ububoni uyabiyena jay wena man angboleke Anizobona ngetrap mindeni amashoneli ngama 10,000 afuna 8,000 amadamara eza ngamagake aphethe bani phethe amagere akhana ngani khala ngamagake ngibelekeni 1,000 ngibelekeni 5,000 anizobona ngetrap mindeni amashoneli ngama 10,000 afuna 8,000 amadamara eza ngamagake aphethe bani phethe amagere akhana ngani khala ngamagake Amba nami, angisakali, isipani, dala phansi, sikuthani, on the floor, amba phansi, lani ngoleki, funa basondeli, bese ngamatheka, bese ngigitheka, amba nami, angisakali, isipani, dala phansi, sikuthani, on the floor, amba phansi, lani ngoleki, funa basondeli, bese ngamatheka.
Never politics, I got to parliament. Fuck it, payment. Let's plug a leg. Come be correct. Internet. Never thought. Just spell it. Send me my nigga. Where it? You get to say. Shake hand. I'm excited. If I'm the content. I colonize. We are in there. I could put a perfume. I feel a nigga. Come up on my cricket. I need too much news. Next man. Never so good easy. Never put that easy. Ay man, ice man. Angikubona vile upatala last week. Wena upatalile nyakumbula last week. Nalikumbukile last week. Angikutshele vile seyikhule last week. Angikubona vile upatala last week. Wena upatalile nyakumbula last week.
Batini bo. Hey. Gay one of my. Hey, say pusha. Hey, say pusha. Hey, say pusha. Hey, say pusha. Hey, gay one of my. Say pusha. Lengo nova. Hey, say pusha. Lengo nova. Hey, say pusha. Lengo nova. Say pusha. Lengo nova. Say pusha. Lengo nova. Highway. Asukama. Upis. Kumanga speak. Let's go span. Haba kanjani. Kalinga nezithi nemali. Mali nizunga bakhala batshelumba. Upis. Kumanga speak. Let's go span. Haba kanjani. Kalinga nezithi nemali. Mali nizunga bakhala batshelumba. Sesiphakathi ma-19. Bathi fanda iyo le party. Kulilije sifuthumele phansi. Wishi phambili. Sesiphakathi ma-19. Bathi fanda iyo le party. Kulilije sifuthumele phansi. Wishi phambili. Bathi wishi phambili. Funda kanjani ibhayisikili? Uyele emuva thatha mi. Engithi khalimba zebalini. Wishi phambili. Funda kanjani ibhayisikili? Uyele emuva thatha mi. Engithi khalimba zebalini. Ayisuku yangijova. 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 Ayisuku yangijova ma.
Ayisuku yangijova. Bethi imali ngiyesota. Ayisuka manfoza. Azanzokugwazela. Ayisuku yangijova. Bethi imali ngiyesota. Enzani? Ayisuka manfoza. Azanzokugwazela. Sikhuluphela uNkulunkulu akasiqishi. Nomcimbi iphatho welipili. Thathumba lingamnika imali. Bathi indoda yakho mfikele ngebhayithini. Stinking is too sweet pili. Ulemama nasisikela imini. Ulemama nasisuwane ngesisikilisi.
leptotini isikuphe kumnandini nabokrezi ematasini 7 days nefiki nabomaca leptotini isikuphe kumnandini nabokrezi ematasini nabobinganula 7 days emakasani sakanyani patapani yasanjani ngenama nabobinganula 7 days emakasani sakanyani patapani yasanjani ngenama.
Quality and standards that for the product is, and also the key product that we are doing. There are products in each state, and those products need to be aligned with the standards and protocols that EAC has really developed. We need to be assisted Our product need to have standards and protocols, IP, right? We need to have IP addresses. We need to have trademarks. We need all that because we cannot endure if someone comes from USA and takes the innovation that we have been, doing for a longer time. That's the one thing that we are really suggesting. We also need digital platforms. We are in digital era. We need digital marketers. We need digital advisories. We need digital, everything, digital tools, right? Digital marketers, digital, training institutions, digital platforms that we can communicate, create discussions and dialogues. We need to advance more on digital agriculture, and we cannot do alone. You have to help us, and in a coordinated way. The only thing that I would like to add is what we have really identified was there is a lack of coordinated structure within the EAC. We need association. For example, East Africa Community Agribusiness Association, that we all are organized, that we all included. Even the ones who are missing or back there in our countries are included because they must be inclusion and participation within the region. So also the policies, when you guys developing regional policies, we need to be there. We need to have contribution in the policies because at the end of the day, the policies are really affecting us and our businesses in the same way, right? I think trade policies, also the government is within the EEC has to address on the imports. When we harmonizing, the imports, because maybe we are producing local, products. Sometimes the imports are coming and really they are affecting the local production. So we are not saying you have to restrict, but you can come up with some sort of taxes on that because in the world there is a free trade, and in the world you cannot say I cannot take that from China or anything. But you may come up with what the Trump is doing to the China, and he's increasing the taxes, and you can do that, right? In order to enhance the local production and the local market. The other thing that we have really, there's a lot, and I think you already identified many things within your discussions. We need all those issues and discussions and dialogues to be implemented, and to be made into action points that is really accountable and measurable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Group 1, please. 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to present.
Group 1, oh yeah. We are Group 1. My name is Judy Mwende. I'm the CEO of Ustawi Foods, and I'm representing Group 1. So Group 1, we were discussing which policies prevent young entrepreneurs from accessing finance. And number 1, we said about strict collateral requirements, where those collaterals where you needed like to produce a title deed to access loan. It's really, another one is credit history, tax policies, and legal framework. We talked about the reforms that should be done. And number 1, please.
You're making noise here.
Can you hear me? Is it group 3? Yes. So reforms, we talked about inclusion of youth in policies, in making those policies, enhancing of knowledge, that is through capacity building, where now we are given this knowledge on how to access these finances. The other one is about restructuring credit models. We also say that we need youth-focused banks, where it is that bank it only focuses on only youth where to access loans. For example, in Burundi, there is that bank. So if in every East Africa, we can have a bank that is only focusing on youth to access loans. And also we talked about the startup bill, where it has been delayed. If this startup bill can really be pushed in every East Africa, it will really help a lot of young people. So we also talked about the support mechanism that should be applied. And number 1, we talked about guarantee fund, where some of these, my friend will explain more about the guarantee fund. Number 2 is about the capacity building and skilling on how to access these funds. And number 2 was about market access support. On the last one, we talked about what commitment can youth make on active partnership. So we talked about the bootstrapping funds, where like everyone has to, you bring all your funds in one place. Accountability, where we are committed to be accountable. Will be committed on financial disciplines, where you're given this money, you only focus on what the money is intended to do, not to use that money to buy mandasis, as we say here in Kenya. The other one is about the goodwill, or where we have collaboration and partnership. Commitment to continuous learning, where now youth will continue learning on finances and how we can commit ourselves. The other one is about we are committed to creating jobs and building agribusiness entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Just 1 minute for him to just elaborate on the funds. Just 1 minute.
Thank you. The main thing is what development partners can do. Well, development partners can work with governments in placing guarantee funds such that the youth or anyone within agribusiness can go to any commercial bank but have that loan collateralized by the guarantee fund. That is working, for instance, in African Development Bank project. For instance, here in Kenya, there's Enable Youth Kenya. It has not yet been implemented, the RGF part, but it's in the works, and hopefully next year there should be something about it. Okay. Thank you.
Cheers. Group 3, please type that and share with me. Yeah. You can share with me or send it. Group 3, please. You have 5 minutes.
So this is group 4. We had 3 questions, and one was, how can technology support youth-led enterprises? And in our discussion, we came up one, it's creating traceability in our businesses. And also, the technology is helping us, the youth, in decision making. And also, it informs policy, for example, through the data collection and how we analyze it. And then also, it's creating, helps us to create the financial projection of our businesses, and as well as also brand visibility through our different websites, other social media handles, and it all. Then also digital advisory services, where we have real-time advisory information provided to the youth and the farmers, and as also the drones and remote sensing. All these have been able to be used in the farming. And then also another thing, we're having the market linkage platforms, that is the e-commerce and the digital aggregation of the apps, where it's enabling the youth to access wider markets. The second question was on the barriers that limit adoption of these technologies. And first of all, we looked at the high cost implications for creating these technologies, especially the equipment. And then also we looked at the skills and information gap, which is still there, that some of these young people, some of them, especially those in rural areas, will not even understand how to use these applications. They don't know how to utilize this technology properly. And then also there is lack of harmonization of the technology and the information. You realize that we are all looking at one farmer, but then this platform comes and say, we prune like this a banana, and then another person comes again, so we use like this, and we are all targeting. So there is lack of harmonization in some of these technologies. And then also the network connectivity is most of the time sometimes poor, and then also the cyber security. Still, you realize, I think I got one time a challenge where they stole my money. I was able to make a payment on the e-platform, and then they deducted the first time, and then they kept on taking the money. By the time I realized, Abs had blocked my card. So those are some of the challenges the youth. Then we have looked at also the enabling frameworks that are needed for these the innovations and the grants, and for these for. Then we looked at the policies. They should create the tax exempt to these young entrepreneurs, and also the tailored trainings for these young people and the different sectors for the youth in the agri-food system. Then we also looked at the public, private. Yeah, and then I remember one of the speakers said without the private sector, yeah, because they're the ones who need to scale up these innovations, these young people are taking place. And then also we looked at the different business financing models, yeah, the grants, the commissions, the different, at least the loans with at least minimal interest. And then lastly, we look at having a community digital hub to enable us, share this information. And a good example is now we're having even this WhatsApp group as the youth of this. And I've had also one of the presenters encouraging at least having a network of all these entrepreneurs within the room. So I think that's what we have. Maybe I'm going to request if there is anything I've left out from one member of my group to contribute. Thank you.
You've already exhausted your time. So the last group, saving the best for the last.
Yay! Yay! Hello again. This group 3, I think we laughed the loudest. Our chair here is Jack Silali, and he'll be compiling all these if I don't take it in all. Ours was to sustainable inputs and climate smart solutions. Inputs in agriculture, we looked at the seeds, fertilizers, agrochemicals, feeds, labor, and we also looked at farm tools. We looked at issues affecting youth right now, like there is enough data now in the media that HIV is really rising among the young people. And these factors, we think that they might contribute to the inputs now and in the future that youth may be putting into agriculture. So there are some of the things that we should be checking on. At the policy interventions, we've looked at if there can be alternative labor means, like if the policymakers can assist in ways that partners can come in and see which other labor reducing inputs that can come in, because a member here put in an idea that if we are to reduce, to gain on profits, then we must always ensure that inputs like labor are low. And then you have a youth who is complaining that there's little pay. So if you want to balance between you getting a profit and someone complaining about little pay in labor, it made one of our members have even a contra idea that some of these things, when we argue about them, have we even done some research about them? Because there was a point on why at the border level we have some strict measures. Have we, as young people, researched and all that? So we realized that one of other policy intervention among the young people is that there should be capacity building, entrenching information, and all that. At the local innovation is that organic fertilizer from maybe black soldier flies and scaling up on such organic farming production. should be increased. And to solve the big issue or the elephant in the house that land, we were thinking of hydroponic solutions, cocoa peat planting medium, and such. We are going to, in our way, solve that. So over lunchtime, we will be again sitting on this and refining it so that after lunch we can submit something quite good. And I remember it's just reminding me here that on sustainable and climate smart practices, biological practices to control pests and diseases, waste recycling, weather data generation using AI tools, and scaling organic production units is key, are key issues in looking at as we aim to have sustainable inputs and climate smart solutions, more so propelled by the young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A last round of applause for all of us, and then I'm going to hand over to Doug to close the session.
All right, let's give ourselves some serious appreciation. That is a lot of good work. Pasha, and it has to go to super high voltage. So Pasha, Choma. Wonderful. Thank you very much. We are now just coming towards the tail end of it. Maybe when I pass on the microphone, I'll not get a chance again to talk, but I want to sincerely thank you on the behalf of the steering committee that was handling this. The things that have come out of this place, believe me, 30 years from now, Africa will be very, very, very different. Because these CEOs, what you're walking out of this place, holds the gem for transformation of this continent. And with that, personally take charge of your actions, personally take charge of your dream. Because there are so many people who want to steal your dream. If you allow them, they'll steal the dream. But we have a caucus here, the platform, that will give you an opportunity to be able to do that. I want to meet you 5 years from now. Not in Nairobi. I might meet you in New Cairo. I might meet in Johannesburg or Dakar, Senegal. But when you meet, after greeting me, tell me how far you've actually gone with achieving the dream that you're leaving this place with. And then we can discuss the other things. Do we have a deal? Deal? Deal. Thank you very much. So let me pass it on to Mr. Fahari to make some remarks and take us towards the closure.
Asante. Thank you very much, Douglas, and thank you very much, the youth. I think I've seen the energy for these 3 days. We are almost at the end, but this is just beginning. And we have heard your recommendations, and make sure that you hand over all the recommendations. You should put down your recommendation and hand over to the coordinator of your group, so that we can have them, review them, and then we'll consolidate them and make sure that they reach to the right place. That's the policy organ at the EAC. Allow me also to introduce to you I call him Kim, but it's called Kimathi Githachuri. So Kim is a regional coordinator for youth in agribusiness. He recently joined EAC under this program. We have this project we have with AGRA. So we anticipate he will be with us for the next 3-4 years, trying to support EAC to make sure that our youth are engaged in agribusiness. So from today moving forward, he'll be the one coordinating you. We have the WhatsApp group and the other platform. We are also going to have the online platform, which will soon start to establish. We have already the consultant in place. In fact, he was here. The consultant was here, the team of consultants. So Kim is also going to read to you. During these 3 days, we had a team from the Secretariat. They are trying to put down the recommendation of the resolution from this discussion. In fact, so we have around 6-7 resolutions, the generic ones. And then we are also going to share all the presentations. You will have them. I will share with you. But also the report of this meeting, the full report of this meeting, probably we need like after 3 days, 4 days, 5 days a week. We also share with you with the photos so that you have it for your reference. So at this time, allow me now to invite the regional coordinator for youth in agribusiness, Bwana Kim, to share with us the communique for this gathering. Once again, thank you very much, and enjoy Nairobi.
Thank you very much, Bwana Fahari. First of all, I think I just want to appreciate everyone. And I think sometimes we tend to appreciate everyone who is in front of the room without necessarily appreciating the efforts and the energies that have been put forward by the people behind who've been working tirelessly since the beginning of this week to just make sure that this event is actually being transmitted live, and that from a digital perspective things went. And I really want to appreciate the team at the back, the translators, please, if you can, please let us really appreciate, and you've done a wonderful job to just make sure that this thing actually works out very well. So from a preliminary basis, let me just also acknowledge the fact that some of you went to great lengths to make this inaugural event. This is the very first time you're actually having this as an event that gathers youth in agribusiness in one room from across the region. And as you may appreciate, it took us, we had planned this event to be in Arusha, Tanzania, but for logistical reasons, we had to move it to Nairobi. And as you may appreciate, that takes quite a bit of energy and will to get this to work. So please allow me to really thank Stella, who is really, she's been, Stella, please rise. You've been really very supportive, just ensuring that this thing actually works, ensuring that we have the resources to make sure that this event moves. We did not shift the dates. The dates remained as they are, 1 month to the event. So you can imagine what it takes to actually get things moving around. Even trying to get this venue was a problem. But she somehow was able to get these things working. And I also want to acknowledge and appreciate the members of the committee who also put in quite a bit of effort to make sure that we have this. Please allow me to read, I will not read the entire communique, but allow me to just read the observations and the action points of the resolutions that we've made from this inaugural Nairobi event. As he's preparing the document, as we said, it's an inaugural event. So essentially what it means, it's the first of many. It also means that from next year, we expect that we shall have these first cohorts of participants support us in developing and ensuring that we have an even more successful and bigger event. And I hope that as we go back to our countries, we will be the ambassadors who will represent this event and ensure that we have more people from the Republic of South Sudan. We have more people from the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have more people from the Federal Republic of Somalia. I think the others are very well represented. Oh, and more people from the Republic of Burundi, where we thought we did not have an equitable distribution or equal distribution of the participants that actually came in for this event. So please go out there, be ambassadors. We actually have formed already WhatsApp group distilled down to at country level. So each country will have WhatsApp groups, members other than the overall regional group. So in terms of the resolutions, and if you do not agree with any resolution, please feel free to rise and oppose violently. All right? Violently. Yes, the delegates made the following resolutions for submission to the EAC policy organs for consideration. Number 1, we urge the East African Community Partner States to adopt, institutionalize, and fully implement inclusive youth responsive policies that actively encourage and support youth engagement in agri-food systems in alignment with the CADEP Kampala Declaration, the African Agri-Food, Agribusiness and Youth Strategy EAYAS, Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Number 2, do we agree first of all to that resolution? If you say aye, if you agree, you say aye. For as many of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. The second one, We urge EAC partner states to collaborate with lending institutions to develop flexible, youth-friendly agribusiness financing products that are accessible, affordable, and tailored to the needs of young entrepreneurs. For as many as of that opinion say aye, to as many as of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. We also urge the East African Community partner states to foster a conducive policy and regulatory environment that accelerates integration, market scalability, and regulatory compliance of climate-smart agriculture and precision technologies, including drones, artificial intelligence, and digital platforms into agri-food systems transformation. D, we encourage East African Community partner states to introduce targeted incentives such as tax exemptions, access to affordable finance, and investment in enabling infrastructure to optimize youth participation across agricultural value chains and enhance their competitiveness and resilience. E, we call upon the East African Community Secretariat, that would be us, and the team from the East African Community Secretariat, and partner states to mobilize dedicated financial and technical resources to co-design and implement a regional flagship program focused on youth in agribusiness, serving as a catalytic platform for innovation, investment, and inclusive growth. F, request the East African Community Secretariat to mobilize sustainable financial and technical support to institutionalize the East African youth in agri-food systems. G, request East African Community Secretariat in partnership with AGRA to support the creation of the EAYAS2025 network of youth champions and identify strategic mentorship opportunities to enhance youth engagement in agri-food systems. H, request the East African Community Secretariat to mobilize sustainable financial, that's the one I've just read, ne? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your kind observation. Thank you. Beatrice, I thought you were bringing the water. Okay, the final one. Kindly. Thank you. Pigia makofi tu kama unataka. It's when the heart is willing, you continue. The body must follow. Finally, we request the East African Community Secretary to finalize and disseminate detailed reports, proceedings of the inaugural East African Youth in Agri-Food Systems 2025, EAYAS, or you can say EAYAS2025, that will capture key outcomes, actionable recommendations, and next steps. I think those are what we call our resolutions. Is there anyone who does not agree with those resolutions? Because those are the resolutions. Basically, those are my marching orders. As your coordinator, those are my marching orders to make sure that every single one of those resolutions come to pass. Is there anyone with a contrary opinion to any of those resolutions? Please carry on.
As well as I agree with the resolution, what I want to know is, we say that we should include youth with disability in the agri-food system. Can that be part of the resolution? Kindly.
And I think that is a reasonable ask, and I think we'll reward our resolutions to make sure that component is actually included. Thank you so much. Any other that we think may have been left out materially that we need to include this? All right. Okay. Thank you very much for having me. So one of the things I've actually always learned is in 1968 there was the Mexico Olympics. It's very likely that most of us or none of us was there. Maybe a few. I don't know. Douglas, you are smiling. I think I'm not so sure how old you are. I will not speak to your age. But in 1968 there was the Mexico Olympics, and in the marathon, usually the marathon is the last event. At any Olympics, the men's marathon is always the last one. And when the marathon started off, everyone started off. There was the Kenyans, the Ethiopians, and there was a Tanzanian. Okay? And they all started off knowing that only two were going to win. But as the event went on, there was one gentleman called James Akwari. John Stephen Akwari, yes. And John Stephen Akwari had an injury on his way. And he became bloody, all right? And he kept on running. And by the time the Olympic actually ended, the winner was actually identified and everything happened. People left the stadium. But John Stephen Akwari never stopped running. He had bandages all over and he kept running. 1 hour after the winner finished, the Olympic basically ended. 3 hours, thank you. 3 hours after the Olympic ended, John Stephen Akwari walked into the stadium limping with his bandages and being bloody all over the place. And then everyone stood. The people who had left, the few people who were left in the stadium stood and clapped for him. And eventually, when the whole thing was over, the people came to him, the press came to him and asked him, "Why didn't you stop? You already knew you were not going to win. Clearly, evidently, it is 3 hours since the Olympic ended. We are not sure what you are running for." Then John Stephen Akwari said, "My country, Tanzania, did not send 5,000 miles away to come start the race, but to finish it. To finish it." And that became the Olympic spirit. All right? Now, this is the inaugural event that we've had. And it is going to be very difficult the next few years. It's not going to be as easy. It's always very easy for us to have flashy events at the beginning. All right? This race that we've all begun as a people, as a community of practice, people who are in the same field, working our darts out, as Zosumba said, sometimes not easy. And I do not expect that it will be easy. In fact, I do expect that it will be more difficult because our ambitions are even bigger and larger. But we cannot stop. We did not come here to start. We came here to make sure that we finish that which we want to achieve. So one of the things, again, we'll have to say, dream your dream, dream your dream, dream your dream. Walk confidently towards it. God shall make it come to pass. Sorry, by the way, we are done. We are done. So lunch is served for all of us. Please make time to actually go to the exhibition spaces and just buy whatever you can buy. Take it home and enjoy. Okay, but we want someone. Annette, by the way, Annette was supposed to be in a group, but she came and said, "You know what? Please don't let me speak. But please close for us. Tafadhali."
I'm not going to take too much time. I named this like my wish or the prayer. I'm going to say something to my fellow young people. To my fellow young people, we may not have much money, but what we do have is idea and power to support each other. Let's choose love and kindness. Let's share knowledge. Let's help youths to start their journey. Together we can support or lift one another. Hashtag youth empowering youth. So as for me, I'm empowering other youths. As I told you, I have business, Elite Cafe Training Center. I train youth. As I told you, I trained 800 from 2022 till now, and I'm still training them. So please, what I wanted to tell you that let's empower others. Let's help them to start their own businesses. So there's a video that I want to share, but if you take time, maybe you watch it on your phones. It's called Take Action. It's a motivational quote. Thank you.
not get you results. But showing you want it, saying you want it bad, will not get you results. But showing you want it bad will. Talking about it will not get you results. Doing it will. You see, in life, you have a choice. You can either be a spectator or you can be a participant. Spectators like to talk. Participants are all about action. You see, everybody talks a good thing, don't they? But what separates the successful from the unknown is action. The successful, the champions of life, they take massive action. They don't hesitate. They don't procrastinate. They do not fear failure. They fear being average. Dream can come true, but dreams need action. But there's a difference between a dream and a fairy tale. There's a difference in a dream and a good idea. See, a dream will keep coming back. A dream will not go away. I don't care how many years, how many months, how many days, that dream will keep coming back. Whatever dream you gotta have action, and if not, it's always going to stay a fairy tale. In fact, it will stalk you. It will harass you until you give in and say, it is now time for me to launch. It's time for me to step out. It's time for me to jump and go for it.
Saying you want it bad will not get you results, but showing you want it bad will. Talking about it will not get you results. Doing it will. You see, everyone talks a good game, don't they? But what separates the successful from the unknown is action. The successful, the champion, they all take massive action. They do not hesitate. They do not procrastinate. They do not fear failure. They fear average. They do not die wondering what might have been. Sure, they may fail. In fact, they will most likely fail more than the average person, but they keep going. They keep taking massive action because they know consistent action breeds success.
You don't want to live a life where you're all talk and no action. See, people say it all the time, talk is cheap. I've heard people say, you know what, you can have what you say. Which one is true? See, I believe talk is cheap if you don't have action. I believe you can have what you say, but you have to have action. In fact, faith without works is dead. The only way your dream can become your reality is that you have to have action. Talking alone will not make your dream a reality.
You will never live your dream life by talking about it, but you might just live your dream life by taking massive action towards it. The talkers are almost always the non-achievers. Talk is cheap. Don't be a talker, be a worker. Like Martin said, you just need to take the first step. Oftentimes, the hardest part is getting started. But once you give yourself that push, you will get going. If you dive in the deep end, you have to start swimming. Throw yourself in the deep end of life and push yourself to reach the top. When times are tough and things go wrong, do not stop taking action. Double or even triple your efforts if needed. Do whatever it takes and be a person of action. Will you decide to be a lion or a sheep, a leader or a follower, an action taker or a procrastinator? Remember, it's okay to be a dreamer, but it's better to be a planner and a worker.
Until your dream becomes the truth, well, you might be discouraged. You're thinking about quitting. I tried it and it didn't work. I'm tired. Let me tell you something. You better renew your strength. You better get your hope back. You better get
get your smile back. You need to get your mojo back because no one can stop you but you. Now it's time for you to get out of bed. Now it's time for you to rise up. Now it's time for you to get up. Now it's time for you to stay up late. Now it's time for you to get focused. Now it's time for you to get committed, and you must take action.
All right, bon appetit tout le monde. Let's proceed for lunch.
Terpilih margu